Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. As a volunteer, you deliver a hot, nutritious meal and a friendly hello to someone just like your mother, grandfather, or next door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. Or S, speech difficulty. Then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
Or if that resume was from someone who
worked 12-hour shifts at the recycling company with my dad, who's 72. That taught me a work ethic that I carry with me every day.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone.
Growing up where I did, a lot of things could have gotten in the way of my goals, but I learned to push through, and that's what I bring to work every day.
So maybe it's time we look beyond the resume and look to Grads of Life. Discover new ways to develop great talent that are so much more than what's on paper at gradsoflife.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
Of course my kid's in the right car seat.
Well, I think he is.
Yeah, my kid's in a booster seat. He was ready to move up. He is ready, right?
Her car seat looks like the right size.
There are probably rules on when to move up to a booster seat, aren't there?
Rear facing, forward facing. I think I have it right.
Car crashes are a leading killer of children 1 to 13. Are your children in the right car seat for their age and size? Don't think you know. Know you know. Go to safercar.gov/the right seat.
I know my child's in the right car seat, or else I wouldn't get in the driver's seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
A lot to get into. The NBA. Jayson Tatum gets a new contract by the Celtics. The Cavaliers extend Donovan Mitchell for 3 years, $150 million. And reports say that Klay Thompson was just as toxic as Draymond Green, and much, much more here on the Sports Loudmouth. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying the players $300 million. You better be sure that guy's going to help you get over the hump. For some reason, this guy is completely lost on calling plays. Maybe he's a therapist. Did you see Lamar Jackson cry to the rest? No, he didn't. We are back for a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Daryl Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey, our executive producer, and Mr. Aaron Fishman, our Sports Minute guy, Mr. Thomas Scoops. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Call us at 631-672-3108. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, everything that we're doing on social media, check us out on Twitter. Go to WWSRN_radio on Twitter or X, or you can go to my Twitter or my X at Errol, ERROL, Marks, MARKS 34. Speedy, what's up?
Had a lot of fun with my family over the weekend. My uncle just left on Sunday, but yeah, I had a great weekend seeing their kids as well. Played a lot of different games. We actually went out to one of the Cuban clubs in Patchogue because his wife is Venezuelan, so knew all the music that was there.
You danced to Cuban music?
Me, some of my cousins. Aiden wasn't there. Aiden was the only one of my brothers that weren't there, and obviously
I couldn't imagine you dancing to Cuban music.
I didn't say I did it well. That's a judgment to that. But my
I don't want to show anybody your Cuban.
My
dances.
aunt and one of my cousins, Sophia, knew pretty much every song there. It was funny to
knowing a song and dancing to it are two different things.
No, they're pretty good dancers too.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, could you dance?
I'm not talking about me.
Well, that's the whole point. I mean, watching you dance, use your hips, and dance with some Cuban ladies. That's something I would definitely look into.
Well, no, she's Venezuelan. She's not Cuban, but she knows
it's Cuban music.
No,
you're going to a Cuban dancing
she knew
place,
all of
so.
them, though. It was interesting to see that.
Why would you bring up Cuban music if it's a Venezuelan place?
No. It's a Cuban place. She's
okay,
Venezuelan.
but you're dancing to Cuban music.
Yeah, she knew all of it.
All right, so that's my question. Could you dance to Cuban
music?
music?
Me. I'm talking about them.
But you went, did you not?
I did.
Okay, so there you go. At 8 o'clock, we'll be talking to the creator of Apple and host of Simple Amazing Podcast, Tim Ryder. He'll be joining us. He's fantastic, guys. You'll definitely love this guy. He is a great writer. So looking forward to getting him on the show. At 9 o'clock, we'll be talking to sports media and radio personality Klay Thompson's son, Sonny Carton. He'll be joining us. It'll be fun. Sonny has a great personality. He's been on WFAN before, and everybody knows who Craig Carton is. It is his older son, so we're very excited to have Sonny on for the first time on our show. Jayson Tatum signs the largest deal in NBA history. Is that a sell, or is it not a sell to any of the Boston Celtic fans? So we will get into that. The Cavaliers extend Donovan Mitchell for a 3-year, $150 million contract. So we will get into that. Reports say that Klay Thompson was just as toxic as Draymond Green in the Warriors locker room last year. I'm not surprised about that. We will get into it. The Sixers re-signed Tyrese, Maxey, and signed Paul George to a big deal. That's an interesting concept. The Lakers give Bronny James a fully guaranteed rookie contract. I wonder why. So we will get into that. NHL free agency and recap. And obviously the NHL reinstate 3 former Blackhawks employees involved in the sexual assault case. That we'll get into a little bit later in the show as well. And the latest on Tyreek Hill's assault case and his comments about wide receivers' contracts. And let's parlay with Wes a little bit later in the show. So Bleacher Reports say Chris Haynes reports that the Celtics gave Jayson Tatum a new 5-year, $315 million deal contract that makes him the largest contract in NBA history. They are now paying him and Jaylen Brown a combined $600 million over the next 5 years. Tatum has been first team All-NBA each of the last 2 seasons, meaning he is eligible to take up to a 35% of the team's salary cap. The Celtics already signed Kristaps Porzingis and Drew Holiday to an extension, and recently also brought back Derek White for a 4-year, $125 million deal. The Celtics majority ownership group has also announced that they are looking to sell their stake in the organization. So obviously they're giving these guys a lot of money, and then they're going to sell for a big amount of money. Tatum averaged 26.9 points per game, 8.1 rebounds per game, and 4.9 assists per game last season. I'll say this. I know all you Boston Celtic fans out there love this move. And I love Jayson Tatum. As everybody knows, I'm a Duke Blue Devil fan. I think he's a talented player. One of the top 7, top 8 players in the NBA. But when you look at Jayson Tatum right now and what he has done in the playoffs, is he worth $50 million a year? That's the question. And I know all you Boston Celtic fans are going to say that he was a big part of the run, especially in the regular season. He put up the numbers. He, at one point, was up for MVP. He has all the ability in the world. But in the big game, does he show up to the big game? That is why I don't know if he's worth $50 million. Now, Jaylen Brown, for the first time, actually showed up in a final. That's why he was the MVP. I don't know if he's worth $400 million, which they gave him last year. I don't know if he's worth that kind of money. But again, you got to pay to get. And in the NBA, all these players, look what Isaiah Hartenstein got. Is he worth $29 million? Well, a guy that's making, and he's averaging 9 points and 10 rebounds a game when Mitchell Robinson gets hurt. Is he worth that kind of money? Is he worth $29 million, over $130 million for the next couple of years? The answer is no. But with the NBA and the way the NBA is growing, TV deals with Adam Silver, Adam Silver, and negotiations of all the contract deals that he is making for the NBA, and all the different things that the NBA is bringing in, all the sponsorships, the advertisements. It's sensational what they're doing. They're growing internationally. All these French players drafted. What was it? 5 or 6 French players drafted in the first round. It's sensational. You love the growth of the NBA. But you look at the contracts and what these guys are getting now. Are they worth this kind of money? Now, teams, obviously the Celtics, they're going to sell their team for $7 billion, whatever they're going to go out there and sell the organization for. And it's great. I think that when you look at the growth of what the Celtics have built over, decade after decade, if you look at the Celtics of the 80s and the Celtics of the 90s, and even now the Celtics, they have always been a very good working machine. They're a great organization. 18 championships. They've won championship after championship, 18 of them. And they're always looked at and compared to the Lakers. But the Lakers are nowhere close to what the Celtics have done over the last 40 years. The 40 years, the dominance of what the Celtics have done, it cannot be matched. Even in the last 50 years, it cannot be matched. But if you look at the talent that they have brought in over the last couple of years, and you can thank Danny Ainge for that. I think Jayson Tatum's a sensational talent. If you look back in that draft, did anybody think Jayson Tatum was going to be as good as he is? Probably not. Probably not. But Jayson Tatum has really developed. He's turned into one of the better power forwards / threes in the NBA. He can do a lot of things. He's a great defensive player. He can shoot the three. He can get into the paint. He's a very, very good free throw shooter. He's very good. But is he worth $50 million? And again, we'll go back. When you look at superstars, when you look at guys like Nikola Jokic or even Luka Doncic, these guys have changed the game internationally. They're bringing in new fans. Is Jayson Tatum bringing in new fans throughout the country, throughout the world? And a lot of people don't like the Boston Celtics. We all know that. And there are guys and there are fans that do love him. Jayson Tatum, he, again, a top 7 player. When it comes to averages, when you look at his points per game, his assists per game, and his rebounds per game at his position in the regular season, he's untouchable at his position. But again, we're not comparing him throughout the whole season. We're comparing him to what he's done in the playoffs. And that's where you make your money. That's where you win your championships. That's where you put yourself among the best, the greatest of all time. And to me, Jayson Tatum is not that. Jayson Tatum is not the greatest power forward in NBA history. He's not the greatest power forward at his position right now in the NBA. And you're paying him that kind of money. He is the highest paid player in NBA history. Now, again, the NBA is going to pay these guys, and you can't take away what these guys deserve or what they're bringing in when it comes to TV deals. These owners are making tons and tons of money. There's no question. But when you look at who Jayson Tatum is as a player, does he change your team? Does he make your team that much better when you compare him to LeBron James when LeBron James was in the prime of his career? Dwayne Wade when he was in the prime of his career. Larry Bird when he was in the prime of his career. Magic Johnson when he was in the prime of his career. Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen. He's not that type of player. Now, he puts up the numbers, and that's great. If numbers is what sells to you fans, great. If numbers is what sells to the Celtics, great for them. But that's not going to sell to me. And if I'm a fan of the Boston Celtics right now, would I be happy to overpay a player? You're going to have to, because if they're not going to do it, some other team will. As we see right now, all these players making the money, like I mentioned, Isaiah Hartenstein. Look at what Donovan Mitchell, we're going to get into that in just a few moments, what he just made. 3 years, $150 million. These guys are going to get paid that kind of money. But again, when we're comparing some of these players, there are players that never even step on the court, that are making over $2 million, $3 million. And that's where we have to understand where all this money going. Where is this money going when it comes to the NBA? And how much money is the NBA generating throughout internationally and the growth nationally in the world on what it's bringing in? It's incredible. But again, I like Jayson Tatum. I think he's a sensational player. He is. If you want to compare him to the top 3 power forwards, if you want to consider him a power forward, you want to consider him a 3, he's amongst the top 5 in the league. Now, if you look at the Celtics right now and you look at what they've done this offseason, and the offseason just started. Jaylen Brown's under contract. Porzingis is under contract. Derek White just signed a 4-year, $125 million contract. And now Jayson Tatum gets $300 million. Where are you going to spread out the money from the bench players? Are you going to draft those players? Now, again, the Celtics played a big part in the playoffs from their bench. Their bench was sensational throughout the playoffs. They put up enough numbers to help them get over the top against the Mavericks. I'm going to tell you this right now. The reason why the Mavericks made it to the finals was their bench. What their bench did throughout the playoffs. Incredibly. And they didn't show up against the Celtics. But Jayson Tatum, there's no question he's one of the better players at his position. But is he a winner? Is he a guy that's going to win you championships? Steph Curry proved that he could do that. I take shots at Steph Curry all the time. Steph Curry had to prove to me 2.5, 3 years ago that he could do it without Kevin Durant. He did it. And he won his first MVP in the playoffs. That showed me that Steph Curry really stands out from one of the greatest at his position. Is Jayson Tatum 10 years from now, 15 years from now, going to be considered one of the greatest power forwards, small forwards in Celtic history? Not just in NBA history, Celtic history. That you can argue. Because there were a lot of great ones. The Celtics have had great team after great team every single decade. 18 championships. If you're a Celtic fan right now, honest to God, if you're a Celtic fan right now, do you think that Jayson Tatum 10 years from now is going to be considered one of the greatest power forwards to ever play the game? The answer is probably not. Now, Jayson Tatum won his first championship. And I give him a lot of credit. Like I said, I love Jayson Tatum. Can't stand that he's a Celtic. I'm a Knicks fan. I don't like the Celtics. And I'm not a big Jaylen Brown fan. And I was very happy to see Jaylen Brown actually show up to a series, an important series in the finals, which he hasn't done, I think, twice. When you look at the Celtics as an organization right now, they're very well run. Brad Stevens is a great, great GM, and it was a great coach. All the executives over the years, Danny Ainge was a great executive. He's robbed everybody. He's robbed you and me. I mean, he robbed every organization. And again, he robs all the fans because he knows how to find a sucker. And he found a lot of suckers in that draft after drafting Jayson Tatum because if you remember, there were two guys in front of him that you would question nobody would have thought are as bad as they are.
It's deja vu for Sixers and Lakers.
Markelle Fultz?
Yeah, it's deja vu for Sixers and Lakers fans. Markelle Fultz and Lonzo Ball that year, and then the year before when the Celtics drafted Jaylen Brown, the great Ben Simmons, and then Brandon Ingram was good, but Ben Simmons, oof.
Ball can't stay healthy. I mean, how many games has he played in the last 2 years?
Ben Simmons has probably played more on it.
Who is Markelle Fultz playing for right now? Is he on the 76ers? Is he on Milwaukee? Who knows?
I think it's Orlando.
Oh, there he is. How many teams is that? Since he's been drafted. How long has he been drafted? What, 5 years, 6 years he's been in the NBA?
2017.
2017. So that's 7 years in the NBA. How many teams does he play for? He can't even shoot a free throw.
And neither could Ben Simmons.
So you go back and you look at these contracts. Again, this is the way the NBA works. They're going to get more money. You see $50 million or whatever. Jayson Tatum's making the most money in NBA history, 5-year, $315 million contract. You're going to see it completely different next year. You're going to see somebody like if Luka wants an extension, maybe Luka gets 5 years, $500 million. And eventually we're going to see $1 billion player. It's going to happen in the NFL. We're going to see it in the NBA because there's so much money. These TV deals are unbelievable. And Adam Silver knows that. And LeBron James has been the face of the transition of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. He's been that guy. And now he's gone. And now everybody thinks that Bronny James is the guy. He's going to be the guy that's going to transition the NBA, even though 54 other teams or 54 other picks were in front of him. Now, maybe those teams are wrong. Maybe those teams are wrong. But again, we'll never know until 5 years from now. Maybe LeBron James gets his son playing at the top of his game. Who knows? Hopefully he's okay when it comes to his heart. But we're not here talking about the Lakers. We're here talking about the Celtics. And this organization has won a championship. And they might win another championship next year because they're favorites. They're favorites next year. I think right now, if I'm not mistaken, Vegas has them winning next year. I think I don't know what the number is.
Josh on his show Friday said it was Celtics, Nuggets, Knicks, or top three.
Right. So the Celtics are expected to win another championship next year. Now, could they fall flat on their face? Jayson Tatum in the finals, did he show up in the whole finals? He showed up to 2 games. 2 games he showed up. Jaylen Brown actually showed up throughout the series. Drew Holiday, I thought, was the best player, and he didn't win the MVP. The NBA is so interesting. It really is. Because we don't know year in and year out where these players are going to go, where if they're going to run themselves out of here. How many times have we seen this? Look at the New York Knicks. They got Mikal Bridges for nothing. I don't care what anybody says. They gave up first-round draft picks. Where are those first-round draft picks going?
In 2027, 9, and 31.
They're going to be 20s, 30s. That's where they're going to be because the Knicks are going to be good. Unless some miraculous thing happens and Jalen Brunson goes down and he's out for 2 years, this team is going to be one of the top 2 teams in the NBA in the Eastern Conference for the next 3-4 years.
Yeah, and the Celtics have built a very similar model, and I think the Knicks are trying to adapt to that now. And the Celtics have built it on these homegrown players that work for the wing.
But look at this. When you look at the Knicks, Jalen Brunson signed a 4-year deal worth about $160 million.
Right.
He took less. Mikal Bridges is making for the next 2 years about $25 million. If you look at Julius Randle, he's making $30 million. He took less to stay with the Knicks when he extended. The only person right now is OG Anunoby, which then I do believe the Knicks overpaid. But the reason why the Knicks had to overpay for him was because the 76ers are right there lurking that they were willing to give him more money for less years.
Yeah, they could have given him $45 million over the 4 years, but they wanted the extra year with Anunoby, so that made sense. And the case of Randall, like that's kind of the bargain contract at the time. And yeah, you're right. The Celtics have kind of did in reverse, where they did it where they made these bargain trades and made that kind of thing work. And they had let Tatum and Brown play on the rookie wage contract until they finally got paid. And that's what the interesting thing with the Celtics pattern, a little different than other teams have operated so far. And they Brad Stevens is kind of making them earn those contracts. Jaylen Brown got it after they had a bad finals. Like Jeff was even calling to say, "Oh, let's trade Jaylen Brown for Damian Lillard" after they lost against Miami, and then Jayson Tatum.
Well, he didn't really want to do that.
I mean, okay,
he didn't really want to do that,
but he did say it. But nevertheless, Jayson Tatum had that same kind of thing. You're right. This last 3 years in the postseason, he's been very streaky. He was actually really good earlier in his career when there was a little less pressure on him. And then since then, he's been kind of up and down. Got better as the finals went along, but overall wasn't as great. And now with Jayson Tatum, then he said, all right, now that we've won, we finally earned his money. And I think Brad Stevens is definitely playing the market value with all those positions. Same thing I think with Derek White's contract too, because of the potential for all these point guards to get paid.
And that's the thing. The NBA, there's a lot of money to be made, and these players want it. These players deserve it. They're the main attraction, and they're the jerseys that are being sold right now. And that's the way the NBA works. That's the way professional sports work. They're the best of the best, and they're going to get paid. I don't believe Bronny James is going to be the best of the best, but his father is, and he was the best of the best. And that's why if his father's selling it, everybody's going to buy it. And that's why his jerseys right now, Bronny James, in the last 72 hours, has sold more jerseys than any player in the NBA. Do you know that? 72 hours, they have sold more jerseys of Bronny James, that number 9 with the Lakers, than any player, anyone drafted in the draft. That tells me one thing. What is LeBron James doing? He's out there on Twitter or X right now posting up his son's jerseys, buy this, or maybe it was LeBron James buying 500 million jerseys. I mean, he's got the money. Maybe he's doing that. He wants to make his son stand out. Sure. I have no idea who is buying those jerseys, but guess what? People are buying and selling that LeBron James is going to be the next big thing. Only time will tell. Woj reports the Cavaliers signed Donovan Mitchell to a 3-year, $150 million extension. Mitchell will play the last year of his previous contract worth about $34.8 million, and then the extension will begin in 2025. This will allow Mitchell to potentially get more max money, which is at the contract at 30 years old, when the max contract could be worth about $65 million. Mitchell was reportedly one of the reasons that the Cavaliers chose Kenny Atkinson as their new head coach. Mitchell has been an all-star for 5 straight seasons, both of his 2 seasons in Cleveland. Mitchell averaged 26.6 points per game, 5 rebounds per game, 6.1 assists per game last season. We all know Donovan Mitchell is special. He's one of the best offensive players in the league. All around, if you remember Donovan Mitchell in Louisville, he was a defensive player. That's what he was. He wasn't a great offensive player.
Yeah,
he really wasn't.
12 points a game scorer, I think is last
He wasn't.
year.
He changed his game when he stepped on an NBA court. And some of these guys do. I mean, how many guys have done it? Kawhi Leonard, he was a defensive-minded player in San Diego State. Then he came to the NBA. He played with Tim Duncan. He played with Tony Parker and all those other guys, Manu Ginobili, and he became an offensive, talented player. And that his game transitioned into the NBA. Some of these guys do transition, no matter where they're drafted. Nikola Jokic, he was drafted in the second round. So you can find diamonds in a rough. Donovan Mitchell was the 14th pick. That's what he was. He was the 14th pick of Utah. I think it was 14 or 13.
Or 13, I think.
It was one of those. But he was 13, 14. He was a Utah pick. And I know a lot of teams were interested in bringing him in, a.k.a. the New York Knicks, but they passed up on him because, you have a GM deciding to fall asleep at the combine. We all know Phil Jackson doesn't like to show up at the combine, and when he does, he doesn't really like to keep his eyes open.
And then they drafted the great Frank Ntilikina.
Oh, that's a whole nother story. Where's he playing now? That's a whole nother
I think he's actually on the Dallas roster, like the 14th guy or something.
There were stories over the last couple of years that Donovan Mitchell wanted to play for the Knicks. Some people thought that the Knicks were going after Donovan Mitchell this offseason, but I think they passed up on him when they reached out to the Cleveland Cavaliers and they said that he's not available. That's the facts. And I think what they did, what Cleveland tried to do is said, who do you want? Donovan, who do you want as your head coach? And he mentioned Kenny Atkinson, which is a great pick. It was a great addition. I think Kenny Atkinson is one of the best knowledgeable coaches in the NBA right now. I think he knows how to find these guards out of, and he finds diamonds in the rough. He helped Jeremy Lin. He helped a lot of different point guards and guards develop. Steph Curry came out and said he redeveloped his skills through Kenny Atkinson when he went to the Golden State Warriors for the last 2 years. Now, it doesn't mean that Steph Curry wasn't the great player that he is, but he helped him develop into that older, sensational player that he became over the last couple of years. You look at Donovan Mitchell and what he can do on a basketball court. He could do everything. And he was one of the best defensive players at his position this year, which is incredible. If you look at his numbers, Donovan Mitchell at his position was third amongst the league defensively. Third at the guard position. That tells me his development as a player, really becoming a team leader. And Cleveland, I don't know what's going to happen with Garland. Maybe Garland stays. Maybe he stays now that Kenny Atkinson's there. And this team, they have a bunch of talent there. Donovan Mitchell knows he has the best chance to win a championship over in Cleveland. If he went to New York, he's not the guy. Jalen Brunson's the guy. And he knew that. And I think he decided, you know what? I want to stay put. I have a chance to win with a young team, a talented team, and we still have enough money to bring in another superstar to come and play with me, Darius, or whoever's here. When I look at what Donovan Mitchell brings to the table, he brings a lot. And I know people will sit here and tell me, hey, well, Donovan Mitchell is just an offensive-minded player. That's not true. He's a coachable player. How many people in Utah said that he was the heart and soul of the Utah Jazz? And the only reason why they decided to move him is because they knew that he didn't want to be there. And him and Rudy Gobert were never going to get along. They decided to move on with Donovan Mitchell. And what did they do? They moved on with Rudy Gobert. They rebuilt their team. They brought Danny Ainge in. He decided to rebuild this team from the bottom to the top. Is it going to help them? Who knows? But it has helped Donovan Mitchell. It has. Has Donovan Mitchell become a better player going to Cleveland? Yeah, he's playing with better teammates. He's playing with better players. He's playing in an easier conference. The Eastern Conference is much easier than the Western Conference. You have to deal with OKC every year. You got to deal with Luka Doncic every year. You got to deal with, obviously, the Lakers. Well, we don't know what kind of Lakers they're going to deal with. But, I mean, you got to deal with those, the Timberwolves, the Denver Nuggets, the Grizzlies, whenever John Morant decides to wake up and stop pulling out guns. I mean, there's so much talent in the Western Conference, and it's only going to build. Now, the East, it's really 4 teams long. It really is. I don't want to hear about Milwaukee because Milwaukee will look to move Giannis because Dame is going to Miami. You can book it. He's going to Miami. We haven't heard anything with Dame time yet. You know why? because he's getting healthy. And one way or another, you know Pat Riley is going to find a way to get him over there in Miami Beach. He is going to bring him there because the only way Miami is going to compete against the 76ers now, compete with the Knicks, compete with the Celtics, and compete with the Cavaliers is if they make a move and bring Dame Time there. The Eastern Conference, they have 4, maybe 5 good teams. Capable champions, maybe 3. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Donovan Mitchell changes everything for Cleveland. 3 years, 3-year extension. Donovan Mitchell will be a Cleveland Cavalier for life. He's not going to the Knicks. He's not going to the Nets. He's not going to Miami. He decided to stay in Cleveland because he has a chance to really redefine who he is as a player. If he brings a championship home to Cleveland, we're not going to be talking about LeBron James anymore. We're going to be talking about Donovan Mitchell, the Spider. I think he's a great player. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If Donovan Mitchell doesn't get hurt in the playoffs, they beat the Celtics. They beat the Celtics. Why? Because the Celtics have no answer for him. I know everybody's going to say what Drew Holiday did to Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving's a different player. You can get into his head. Donovan Mitchell, you can't get into his head. He's a different type of player. Now, I'm not saying he's better than Kyrie Irving. I never said that. But he's a different player. He shows up in the big game. Go look at his numbers with Utah. Go look at his runs. Go look at his run with the Cleveland Cavaliers the last 2 years. He shows up. Nobody else does. That's the difference. I think Kenny Atkinson changes everything. I think the selling point here for the Cavaliers is, what does Kenny Atkinson bring to the table? And he brings a lot. He brings leadership. He brings understanding how to bring these 2 point guards together, these 2 guards together. Whatever's going on in the locker room, whatever going on with Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell, which we've had different people on from the Cleveland Cavaliers that have told us there's nothing going on. But there has to be. If Darius Garland said, if Donovan Mitchell gets $150 million, I want to be traded. There has to be more in depth. Kenny Atkinson, I think, will clean that up. And I think that's why Donovan Mitchell decided to stay there. I think Donovan Mitchell understands where this team is going. They could beat the Knicks. They could beat the Celtics, if healthy. Now I'm talking about Jared Allen, Karis LeVert. They can beat those teams. They're that talented. The question is, do they make a move at the trade deadline this coming year where they can really take off and really be considered a championship team in the Eastern Conference?
Yeah, I think they're realistically on paper, when you look at the Cavs roster, like they're maybe a couple like 3-point shooters away. Like they don't really need much because they're already great defensively. And Donovan Mitchell, it's showing like these last 2 years with the Cavaliers. Like I think the reasons why we were questioning his defense was just lack of effort because he didn't want to be with the Utah Jazz. And you mentioned the coaching too. Like I don't think he really liked Quinn Snyder either. Quinn Snyder is a stubborn, stickler, defensive type coach that really didn't work with the Utah Jazz the last couple of years because his playoff numbers with Utah the first 3 years were really good. And all of a sudden he disappears in certain games and he doesn't want to be there. Danny Ainge trades him and now he revitalizes himself with the Cavaliers. He was the only player that played well against the Knicks on a consistent basis in the playoffs when they played 2 years ago. And you look at the Cavs, the way they're structured now, Kenny Atkinson is going to bring out better stuff with these younger players with Mobley and Okoro. Those are 2 guys you really have to get going to make this kind of championship thing work if you want to make them work with the Celtics and the Knicks. And you mentioned Miami too. Miami, you mentioned Damian Lillard is probably the main guy, but Donovan Mitchell's also a possibility. I think by the time that
it's not going to happen. I don't think he goes anywhere. I think he stays over there with Cleveland. He has a chance to win over there. And by the way, Keith says, how can you say the Lakers aren't close to the Celtics? They're not.
No, they're
not. He's talking about championships. They're not. The Lakers right now, even though they won a championship a couple years ago with the bubble year with Anthony Davis and LeBron James, they don't have any future. I don't care. Everybody keeps talking about this kid Reeves and Bronny James. Are you going to trust those 2 guys to be your leaders in the next 3 years? The answer would be no, unless Bronny becomes this superstar player playing with his father. I don't know. Maybe he is as good as everybody thinks that he could be with a full season in the NBA playing with his father. I don't know. And he says Tatum showed up every game. He rebounded great, had a lot of assists, and played good defense when he didn't score a lot. I'm going to go here. You're paying a guy $50 million, and he doesn't show up in the big part of the game when you need scoring. You need that big score, that big bucket. You go to Jayson Tatum. He's not hitting shots. Nobody's saying that Jayson Tatum didn't have a good playoff or playoffs. It just, he disappears in certain games. Right. And then he plays well in good games. I mean, how many times did we go back last year? Was it last year in the Eastern Conference Finals? Jayson Tatum got hurt in the Game 7. But throughout that series, he was unbelievable. He was outplaying Jimmy Buckets in some of the games. But the series before that, he didn't look good. He couldn't hit a shot. He couldn't buy a shot. So, I mean, that's the problem with Jayson Tatum. He shows up in a series and he plays sensational, and then there's series that you wonder where he's disappeared to. That's the problem. He's still going to get the money. He's still worth the money that he's getting paid, because if the average NBA player is making like Isaiah Hartenstein, who's average 9 and 10, is getting 29 million, why wouldn't you give Jayson Tatum 50? He's a much better player than Isaiah Hartenstein. So again, I'm not attacking that Jayson Tatum's not worth the money that he got. And I'm not saying that Jayson Tatum doesn't show up in certain games. He's just not the all-around playoff player that you trust that you can win with every single series.
Going back to Donovan Mitchell, though, I think Cleveland realized that between the 76ers potential for the spending spree, the Knicks potential for the spending spree, which they mostly just kept their own players, then they traded for Bridges. But Miami, they know Pat Riley, how smart he can be. Once they finally get those bad contracts shed, you knew Miami was going to try something. And I always thought they were the favorites before this with this Cavaliers extension for Donovan Mitchell. I wasn't sure they were going to be able to sign. I know the Garland situation made it difficult for that kind of thing. And even last year, all the drama in the offseason, I think we had Matt Fontana on last year, and he was even saying that he was more confident in the Cavs getting it done, but not a lot of people were. And it was because of the Miami Heat, the leverage they had, and the Knicks at the time had the leverage.
Is Jayson Tatum the best player right now on the Celtics? You would argue he is. Okay, that's why he's making the money that he's making. For Keith to come out and say, well, you didn't need him to score. If you're going to get paid $50 million, you're going to need your superstar player to show up to that big game. Right. If LeBron James doesn't show up in the finals and he's not scoring, everybody's attacking him.
Of course.
Everybody's attacking him. So you're going to tell me your best player that's making the most money in NBA history now didn't show up to, what was it, 3 out of the 5 games of the finals? You're going to tell me that's okay? I don't care what he does. I don't care if he's rebounding. I don't care if he's getting the assist or he's playing defense. He's got to be an all-around player, or you're going to look at him and you're going to compare him to Jaylen Brown, and you're going to say, hey, why is Jaylen Brown making less money than Jayson Tatum?
And again, the Celtics have enough of a team dichotomy to make that kind of thing work. The question is, what if they don't? You wonder if the money gets too tight down the road, that's the kind of thing that could affect them. But I think Brad Stevens is smart enough to know that these good trades are going to work. And so far it has been. But again, if there's a year it doesn't, then you're going to start questioning that kind of thing.
And again, going back to Donovan Mitchell is going to be one of the best players in the league next year. He is. And I think he might even be better with Kenny Atkinson, because I think Kenny Atkinson will get the best out of Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland. The only thing that worries me about Donovan Mitchell is what's going to happen when they go on this losing streak. What's going to happen if there's a problem in the locker room with some of these youngsters again? And you're getting paid all that kind of money, and there are stories coming out that you can't control your anger, and you're going to tell them, I want to be traded. That's the only thing that worries me about somebody like Donovan Mitchell, because we all know he wants to tail us out of there and go to New York, because that's where he always wanted to be. He wanted to be in New York. So is this going to happen in the next 2 to 3 years, even with Kenny Atkinson, where he's going to tail his ass out of there? And that could happen as well. So a lot of questions with that with Donovan Mitchell as well. Clutch Points reports that several Warriors insiders have told them that Klay Thompson's antics have been just as exhausting to deal with as Draymond Green's last year. Klay was reportedly slamming stuff on the bench, in the locker room, after the games, and taking things out on other teammates. Many people believe that this came as a result of the Warriors' new front office giving Draymond Green an extension, 4 years, $100 million, and not giving him any of that. Klay also told Steph Curry to not seek a new contract from the new front office led by Mike Dunleavy. There is also belief that Steph Curry sided with Draymond over Klay in regard to the locker room tension this season. Klay Thompson left the Warriors to sign with the Mavericks, 3 years and $50 million. I don't know what's going on in that locker room, but it's not good. It's not good. Draymond Green is a cancer. Klay Thompson has been a cancer. If you would ask me who I would want, Draymond Green or Klay Thompson, I'm taking Klay Thompson. That's just me. Draymond Green is not a good offensive player. He's a shell of himself defensively. I don't know what's going on with Steve Kerr. And by the way, Steve Kerr got a huge extension. He's the highest paid coach right now in the NBA after getting what he got last year. You're going to tell me there's stuff going on in that locker room now when you're hearing stories from Klay Thompson and there's stories coming out that he was slamming things on the bench, slamming things in the locker room. Who knows what's going on between him and Steph Curry? Because if Steph Curry's taking Draymond Green's side, I don't know what's going on there. Because we all know Steph Curry came out last year when he was talking to the press in the regular season about Draymond Green's antics. Now all of a sudden, he's taking Draymond Green's side. That would scare me. That would scare me if I'm a Golden State Warrior fan, which there's a lot of has-been Golden State Warrior fans. They have all disappeared. The Golden State Warrior fans, I've seen a million jerseys out here in New York and Long Island at the bars. Where are they now?
Has Vinny Rubo burned any yet?
I don't know. Where are they now? I don't see any of them. I don't. Where are all those Steph Curry fans? I know there's still Steph Curry fans because he's unbelievable. He's one of the greatest three-point, if not the greatest, he is the greatest three-point shooter we've ever seen. Klay Thompson, the Splash Brothers, has not been himself since he tore his knee. From his Achilles to his knee, he's not the same player. He's not defensively, which has been his most strength when it comes to that team. Everybody keeps talking about Draymond Green and how great he was defensively. Klay Thompson could defend multiple positions. He could stop a point guard, a 2, a 3. He was sensational. He has no lateral movement anymore. He can't defend laterally. He is a 6th or 7th man. Now, he's making 20, I would say he's making about 20 million a year, 18 million. Is that a steal for the Mavericks? I don't know. We'll have to see how it works with, obviously, Luka Doncic. Now, Luka Doncic could open up the court for him, give him an opportunity to shoot those threes. Kyrie Irving is very good on the perimeter and making those passes. So maybe Kyrie Irving makes him a better player or maybe brings him back. I always thought that Kyrie Irving was a better all-around player than Steph Curry. And I think he can, if anybody can make Klay Thompson better, it's Kyrie Irving. Believe it or not, it's crazy to say that, but it's Kyrie Irving. Now, Klay Thompson has said some interesting things about Kyrie Irving over the years. A lot, actually. When he played Cleveland, when Cleveland beat the Golden State Warriors, if you remember, and remember when Kyrie Irving hit that 3, the game-winning 3 that changed that championship, where everybody thought Golden State was going to run away with that series. Klay Thompson said something after that game. He said Steph Curry is way better than Kyrie Irving will ever be. Now you got a chance to play with him. Now, I don't know if Kyrie Irving is going to hold grudges against him. He's done it to everybody else. We've seen him do it with James Harden. He never played with James Harden. He never, as a matter of fact.
The illustrious 14 games they played together.
I mean, honestly, him and James Harden couldn't stand each other. And then now you have to play with Klay Thompson, who everybody said he's a shell of himself. He's a big mouth. He's been nothing but complaining over the last couple of years for the Golden State Warriors. And the Golden State Warriors are a very successful team. They've been a very successful team over the last 12 years. How many championships have they won? 4. And he was a big part of those championships. He really was. Now, does this make the Mavericks a championship team after trading Tim Hardaway? I don't know if it makes him a championship team. Does it make him a better team? I think it does. How much better? I mean, the Western Conference, there are not many teams that got better this offseason. OKC added Isaiah Hartenstein. Is that going to make them that much better? I mean, it gives them grit. Does it make them better? I don't know. Denver, did they get better this offseason?
No, they lost Kane Tavius Caldwell Pope.
Not really.
I don't think they got anything else.
I mean, what team in the Western Conference got better this year? Bronny James going to the Lakers? I mean, nobody got better. If anything, there were more Eastern Conference teams that got better than the West.
By far.
So you sit here and you look at Klay Thompson. Is he the biggest move in the Western Conference so far this year? And the answer would be, I think he is. I think he has been the best move out of all these Western Conference teams. Now, again, Klay Thompson is not Klay Thompson. But if Klay Thompson could give you 18, 19 points off the bench with Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic, which, by the way, they got nothing off the bench against the Celtics, this is a different team. Because Tim Hardaway Jr. is not a good player. As we all know, he's not. He's not a good player. We had Tim Hardaway Sr. on the show, and I know he loves his son, but if Timmy was listening to the show right now, I don't think he could sell to us that Tim Hardaway Jr. is any good.
I'm sure he was harder on his son after the series.
He was horrible. Yeah. He couldn't hit a shot. I don't think he made one shot in that series.
No, he had, I think, 3 different 0-point games, and then he got another game with 3 or something like that.
He was horrible. I mean, they need that secondary scoring from somebody off the bench. Now, Klay Thompson is not starting. There's no way he's starting on this team. And if they start him, they're making a big mistake. They need to keep him to 25, 24 minutes a game. If you get him 24, 25 minutes per game and you're getting 18 to 17 points, that's good. That's good for Klay Thompson. That's more than enough. That's more than efficient amount of points off the bench for this team who wasn't getting any points off the bench throughout that Celtics series.
It was the biggest thing they were lacking in that Celtics series because the Celtics 2 and 3 perimeter depth was too much for not just Tim Hardaway, but a lot of their other bench players too. Josh Green, who is now traded to the Hornets because they had to make the money work with a 3-team trade. He actually played well for much of the season, but even he disappeared in that series. A lot of their other wings disappeared in that series, and they really had to rely on it. Was really Luka Doncic and a lot of those big men that were doing well, and then the big men disappeared all of a sudden. So they just didn't really have a dichotomy. I like the move for Klay Thompson when it comes to the financial situation. Like 3 years, 50 is not.
I like
bad.
the move because you're getting to play with 2 guys that can pass the ball to you.
Yeah, and you wonder too if something like that with Luka Doncic, the way he's been able to handle the personality of Kyrie Irving, previously handling the personality of Kristaps Porzingis. I think he is really good as a stabilizer. Now, obviously, he was making comments on the refs and stuff like that.
Klay Thompson has one of the best releases right now in the NBA still. If he gets set, he sets his feet, he can hit any shot on the court.
As a catch-and-shoot guy, yeah.
He can hit any shot on the court.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Klay Thompson would fit with this team because Kyrie Irving could set him up. Luka Doncic, he takes the ball up. He could set him up. He doesn't really have to pivot. He doesn't really, but he's got to play defense. He's going to have to play defense. And this has been a big problem for a guy like Klay Thompson over the last 2 years because he can't move laterally anymore. He's not that type of player anymore. And to me, that creates a problem in the playoffs when it's not a full court press. It's a half court press, and you're going to have to play a half court game every single playoff series.
Yeah, that's where I think Klay Thompson's lost a little bit, where it comes to creating his own shot since the injury. And you mentioned the defensive regression, especially the last 2 years, has
been
really,
a huge difference.
Has been a huge problem for the Warriors because they have not been able to replace that wing depth the same way when it comes to the defensive side. They've had a couple good offensive young players that have done well for them, but their defense has not been the same team as it was for their championship team when they beat the Celtics. And Klay Thompson actually showed up in that series defensively and showed up in some of the other series, but it was not the same. And now you're starting to see the ego starting to take over. Now, am I surprised that Steph Curry sided with Draymond Green over Klay Thompson? Yeah, because Draymond Green is also, we were talking about it a couple of months ago, Draymond Green was the one that said Kyrie Irving's more skilled than Steph Curry. I'm sure that didn't rub Steph the wrong way either, but still, yeah, I look at Steph Curry had the Instagram post, I know, dedicating 11 photos or whatever to Klay Thompson and gave him a tribute, but still,
I'm sure they love each other.
Yeah, still, I'm surprised.
But if you're hearing stories come out that he was taking Draymond Green's side over his, that says a lot.
I know
about the team and the organization and how it's really transformed into just an absolute joke. It's a cartoon.
Oh, yeah.
Over there in Golden State. And Steve Kerr, he's on his way out. I know he took that extension. He wants to get paid. But Steve Kerr, there's no way he's going to be able to handle Draymond Green next year. There's no Klay Thompson anymore. This is a completely different team and a different organization. And now you're going to depend on Draymond Green to suck it up and play even harder to put more balls in the net. I can't see it. I don't see it working. I think that one way or another, Steph Curry is going to ask his way out of there. I could see that.
Yeah, again, at this point, I thought both of them were going to stay together for life, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson.
I didn't.
I thought Draymond Green might have been the odd man out. I thought they'd keep the 2 Splash Brothers together. But I think from a performance standpoint, and getting this bad with Klay Thompson, I'm not saying Klay Thompson never had antics before. He definitely has. But they weren't as visibly shown as what you're hearing from this report now. I never would have expected it got to that bad where it was just as bad as Draymond Green. We were talking about Draymond Green probably throughout this NBA season having antics 6 different times on this show. We were not once having antics about Klay Thompson in terms of one individual thing that went public like this. So the fact that it got this bad, yeah, that's a lot on Steve Kerr. And Steve Kerr is not one that's done well with the young players either. So his release has to be.
He couldn't handle Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was pushing him around. Michael Jordan punched him in the face. I mean, obviously, Michael Jordan said he earned his respect, but Steve Kerr had to be punched in the face by Michael Jordan to earn Michael Jordan's respect. I mean, how many players need to punch Steve Kerr in the face to actually learn to actually know what respect is?
Maybe Draymond Green will volunteer as tribute.
I mean, he's punched everybody else and choked everybody else out.
Right.
I'm surprised he hasn't choked the women trainers out over there. I mean, the guy's out of his damn mind. He can't be controlled. And Steve Kerr or anybody, all the executives over there in Golden State can't control him. He's nuts. And to sit here and say, well, Klay Thompson was worse than Draymond Green only tells me that organization is done. They're done. They've lost it. And it's only going to tell me in a very near future that Steph Curry is going to ask his way out. Now, Steph Curry is what, 33, 34? Right. He might have another 2 or 3 good years out of those Golden State Warrior years. But is it going to be a championship years or championship years over there in Golden State or championship years somewhere else? I think it makes more sense to force his way out of Golden State and go play for another organization where he has a better chance to win.
I wonder too, like some of our basketball analysts that we've had on the show have mentioned they're questioning Steph Curry's leadership in recent years as well. And you wonder if a comment like this maybe shed some light on what's happening. And it's going to put a lot more pressure on him to really elevate the rest of these young players too. Now, there were rumors that the Warriors can make another trade too. They were in talks with Paul George as well, who went to the Sixers, and they're also in talks with Brandon Ingram. But if the team is currently constructed, they're starting a lot of young players this year besides Steph and Draymond. So they better be ready to change their identity. Otherwise, they're going to go nowhere.
Woj reports that the 76ers signed Paul George to a 4-year, $212 million extension. The Clippers were reportedly considering a sign and trade with George to the Warriors, but the Warriors didn't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga, which thank God they didn't, because I think Kuminga is going to play a big part of this organization moving forward. Stephen A. Smith called Kawhi Leonard and Paul George's Clippers a colossal failure and one of the worst big threes in NBA history. Fox Sports' Nick Wright called the Clippers trade for George one of the worst trades in the history of the league. The Sixers also re-signed Tyrese Maxey to a 5-year, $204 million contract. The Sixers have about $9 million in cap space, also after losing Tobias Harris, who went to the Pistons. Thank God. Long Island native, Huntington native. Thank God. Sayonara, go to that deadbeat organization in Detroit where you're going to get lost. I mean, come on, Tobias. I met Tobias. I didn't like him. I didn't think he was a very nice kid, very conceited and egotistical. So I'm just speaking the truth. He's going to hell right now.
They got $32 million
Who's
a
the
year,
new coach
too.
over there? I mean, who's going over there?
Nobody hasn't been hired yet.
Nobody wants the job. I mean, they fired Monty Williams. How long was he there? 1 year?
1 year, 14 wins a season.
And he's getting paid a lot of money.
And now Tobias Harris is getting paid more money per year than Kristaps Porzingis.
Oh, well, Kristaps Porzingis is loving his position right now. He's with the Celtics. He just won his first championship. He's not with the Mavericks. He's not running his way out of New York trying to buy the team or trying to get a piece of the organization. And now he's sitting pretty with the championship ring. So I don't know. Here's the thing with Paul George. He's not a winner. He's not a winner. Paul George has gone to 2 different teams and he's never won. He's played with Kawhi Leonard. He's played with Harden. He's played with Russell Westbrook. I mean, they're at the tail end of their career, but you had 4 guys that were superstars at one point of their careers. You couldn't make that work. You couldn't make this work over there in the Western Conference where honestly, it was only 3 deep this year. The Timberwolves really showed up, but really throughout the season, it was 3 teams. It was really 3 deep. The only teams that I thought had a chance to win were OKC, the Timberwolves, and Denver. Those were the only 3 teams I thought were going to win.
And even the Timberwolves were a little bit of a surprise, too, to be that.
I was shocked that Dallas went to the finals. I think a lot of people were shocked. But, hey, Luka Doncic is a beast, and I thought he was the MVP of the league. But I'm going to say this. Paul George, as good of a player as he is, he's a sensational player. Defensively, he can defend any position. He can even defend the 5. I've seen him do it. He could defend any position. Paul George is not a winner. He can't stay healthy. How many games does he play every single year? How many games has he averaged a year in the last, I would say, 3 years? What is it, 56, 55? The guy cannot stay healthy. A gruesome injury, coming back from that and really redefining his skill. It's an amazing story. And I love him as a player. I love Paul George. I think he's a great personality. I love him. All the different stuff that he says at his press conferences, even off the court, and what he does raising money and for all the kids. I love what he does. Okay? But he's not a winner. And now he's going to an organization that never wins. It doesn't matter who's on that team. James Harden, Ben Simmons. Hey, why don't we send LeBron James there to play with these guys?
I thought that was
They'll never win.
I thought that was going to happen in 2018. That's the funny
They'll
part.
never win. They're just not going to win over there. And now you give Paul George a 4-year, $212 million contract. Paul George is what, 35 years old? He's breaking. He's falling apart. I mean, he's like a Lego. That's what he is. How many pieces do have to fall off his body to realize he's not worth $212 million?
So we can call him Paul Lego George.
That's what he is. He's the Lego. I mean, seriously. Thank God the Warriors didn't make this move. They really look stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, if I were the Warriors, I'd sit back and wait until Giannis becomes available because he could be available a lot sooner than people think. And I'm not, and I agree with Stephen A. Smith. I would agree with him. I think he's right. This has been the worst big three we've ever seen in NBA history. It has. Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, and James Harden. And then they extended James Harden recently. What are they thinking? James Harden is a cancer.
Yeah.
A cancer. Paul George, I wouldn't say he's a cancer. Just he plays like he has cancer.
Sometimes it's just a lot of things you can't trust about him. As much as well-rounded as his skill set could be, it's just very hard to trust him.
No, don't quote me on that. I didn't say he has cancer, but he plays like it. Okay,
there's
like
definitely been playoff seasons.
He's falling apart, man. I don't understand him. The guy, there are games that I'm like, this guy is a born superstar. This guy is unbelievable. Two-way player is as good as anybody in the league. And then all of a sudden he disappears.
I know we were talking about when he was with the Pacers, like, okay, playoff P, he was showing up. When he was like him and Roy Hibbert were the only guys on the team and they didn't have much else. But then all of a sudden since then with OKC was a loaded team, even losing Kevin Durant at the time that they did. And the Thunder did not win a playoff series. And then with the Clippers, yeah, they finally got to the Western Conference Finals. And Paul George deserves a lot of credit for that year because Kawhi was hurt. But besides that, they blew 3-1 leads galore. They didn't even they won one game this year against the Mavericks. And they lost to teams that they were much better than on paper talent-wise. So it has to have some kind of doubt. It's not like the Sixers are going to be able to build up depth either. Most of the depth they had last year was from the Harden trade, and those guys are all gone.
And remember, Paul George, his numbers have gone down.
Yeah.
He's gone down. Now he's making a lot of money. He's making more money yearly than OG Anunoby. Okay? Is he better than OG Anunoby? Not really. I mean, OG's the same type of player and he's younger. Now, OG, he's dealing with a lot of injuries. OG cannot stay healthy either. But who would you rather right now? An OG Anunoby who's what, 26, 27 years old? Or do you want a Paul George who's 34, going to be 35, who's breaking down? That's the question. And I'm going to tell you this not because I'm a Knicks fan. I'm going to take OG Anunoby.
Yeah.
OG Anunoby, to me, defines what you're looking for when it comes to a two-way player. Why? Because there are games that he doesn't need to play offense. He can just play defense. He can defend. He's a wing defender. He can defend multiple positions. Paul George needs to be the two-way player with the Clippers. He's going to need to be the two-way player if they expect to beat the Knicks or to expect to beat the Cavaliers or the Celtics next year. There's no way they're beating those teams because there's too much depth. And what do the 76ers have for depth? What is
old guys from the Clippers, ironically.
So you bring another old guy in Paul George. You bring in all these different old guys. How is this going to work? How is it? Now, it's better than what Miami has done now, but if they bring in Dame Time, there's another old player going to play with Jimmy Buckets. And do I think Dame Time is better with Jimmy Buckets and Adebayo? Yeah, absolutely. I would bet more that Miami has a chance to go all the way with Dame than Paul George going to the 76ers. Now, that's not taking shots at the 76ers. I love Joel Embiid. I think he's a great player when he doesn't try to kill somebody. But nevertheless, or try to, call out his own fans or call out the Knicks fans, as he's done that before. The fact is, when you look at Paul George and you look at who he is as a player, do you trust that he is worth the 4 years, $212 million? Because I would have looked at other players. I would have looked at other opportunities to make other moves at this offseason to make this team better. You could have added 3 players for that money that would have made your team much, much better and give your team more depth. Look at Indiana, okay? Indiana has 1 star and a bunch of depthful young players. Now, did it work for them this year? They have Rick Carlisle. He's a great coach. He's a great defensive mind. He's worked very well with the youngsters. Paul George comes from Indiana, okay? He actually knows Rick Carlisle. He was his coach, okay? He knows a little bit about Paul George. A lot of people know a little bit about Paul George. And I'm going to tell you this. He has never, ever, since he's left the Indiana Pacers, been coached by a guy that actually knows what he's doing. And now he's going to the 76ers. I think Nurse is a good coach. But is he? Because when he went under pressure against the Knicks in the playoffs this year, was he out-coached by Thibodeau? Thibs. And I would say he was. And that's the problem right now. Nick Nurse, he did win a championship with Toronto. He did. But he had Kawhi Leonard. And Kawhi Leonard was at the prime of his career. Kawhi Leonard was the top 3 player in the league before his knee went. Is he a top 3 player now? No. But they don't win without Kawhi Leonard. Now, I'm not saying Nurse didn't help them, and he wasn't one of those guys that was good leadership in the locker room. But this 76er team, how long has Nick Nurse been there? What has Nick Nurse done for that organization? Where have they gone? How far have they gone? You have Joel Embiid, who's won an MVP. He's the only big man in NBA history that's won an MVP that's never played in the finals. The only big man. You're talking about great MVPs in the past. Shaquille O'Neal. We can go up and down some of the great big men. Even Patrick Ewing played in the finals. Now, Patrick Ewing never won an MVP, but Hakeem Olajuwon did. That's the problem right now. And the 76ers, does this make them a better team? Yes, it does. It makes them a better team, but how much better? I could tell you that the Celtics are better than they are. Did the Celtics get better? No. The Knicks got better. Mm-hmm. The Cavaliers got better because they added Kenny Atkinson. That by itself makes them better. Yep. And I believe if Miami gets Dame, they're better. So if you sit here right now, where does the 76ers land right now going into the season this coming year? I would think they're the 5th best team. Because if Miami gets Dame, they're the 4th. So there's a lot of questions with this move. I don't know. I think they were reaching. I think they want to keep Joel Embiid over there. Joel Embiid, there has been conversations that Joel Embiid does not like the way this organization is moving. He didn't like the way the fans didn't show up to the games in the playoffs. The Knicks fans showed up. They stockpiled over there in Philadelphia. The fan base over there, the New York Knicks fans. I think there has to be some kind of worry. And this is an organization for years had the top 3 pick. What happens if Joel Embiid decides to leave? What happens if Joel Embiid's knee just blows out? I mean, he didn't look good in the Knicks series. I know he put up the numbers. He was sensational. I don't know how he's putting up those numbers with a hurt knee. The Knicks couldn't stop him. But, I mean, he's getting older. He's 30 years old. How many years does Joel Embiid have where you have a championship contending center like that? I don't know. I think the organization is in trouble, and they were reaching here.
Yeah, before we get our guest on, I just want to say, too, I think they're reaching because they want to keep Embiid there. I think there's been enough talk of Embiid being traded to Miami or the Knicks or a team like that, and I think they had to do a big swing. And I think you're right. They could have done maybe a trade even for a Brandon Ingram or something like that, save more money, build more depth like that, and then build like that. Not gamble on Paul George, always hurts.
When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we will be talking to the creator of Apple and host of Simple Amazing Podcast, Tim Ryder. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
That is right. It is the top of the hour, and I am Tommy Scoops, bringing you guys the Loudmouth Sports Minute. Jumping straight into it over in the MLB, the Diamondbacks are placing pitcher Jordan Montgomery on 15-day injured list. After suffering from a knee inflammation after Thursday's matchup versus the Twins, Montgomery is likely back sometime after the All-Star break. Switching over into the NBA, after Lakers introduced newest draft pick guard Bronny James in a conference today, new head coach J.J. Redick defended James, saying Bronny earned his spot on the team and his fully guaranteed contract, despite his father being LeBron James. Lastly, the Warriors are signing forward Kyle Anderson After a sign-in trade with Timberwolves, the veteran forward will be signing a 3-year, $27 million deal to head to Golden State. Going on to right now, scoops of scores. I'm going to give you a rundown of the MLB scores. Right now, Cincinnati has a 1-0 lead over the Yankees going into the bottom of the fourth, while Boston has a 5-1 lead over Miami at the top of the sixth. Cleveland with a 6-3 lead over Chicago White Sox at the bottom of the sixth inning. And St. Louis has a 6-3 lead over Pittsburgh at the bottom of the fifth. Washington with a 2-1 lead over the Mets at the top of the sixth. And Toronto has a 6-0 lead over Houston at the bottom of the sixth, while Atlanta has a 2-0 lead over San Francisco at the top of the third. Detroit and Minnesota are both with 0 apiece at the end of the second, as well as Philadelphia and Chicago Cubs with 0 apiece at the top of the first. That is currently all the time I have for you guys right now. Kicking it back to the boys for their next guest on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
I'm not licking anyone. Like what? I don't drink a lot of milk. I'm not licking anyone. Men in black. You want to go burn a bush in a crab?
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Speedy, go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to check in and check out all our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. By the way, happy 4th of July to all the fans out there. This is one of my favorite holidays. It's sensational. It really is. I am going to be working, so it's crazy. But this guy is always working. We're very happy to have him on. We're now talking to the creator of Apple and host of Simple Amazing Podcast, Tim Ryder. Tim, what's up, buddy?
What's up, gentlemen? Thanks for having me.
Well, we're happy to have you, as always, and we know you're a big Mets fan. So why don't we get into it? What is going on with the New York Mets right now? I have no idea what's going on with this team. They're up, they're down. Nothing makes sense to me. Nothing.
Well, I mean, if you look back about a month now, I mean, this has just been a completely different team than we saw over the first, couple of months of the season. It was almost a complete 180. I mean, Jorge Lopez was throwing his glove and getting all angry on the mound. There's a team meeting. All of a sudden, they start that series against the Diamondbacks. I think it was May 30th. And since then, they're the best offense in baseball. That's not even hyperbole. They're literally the best offense in baseball over that span. And I don't think anybody could have predicted this, but we'll take it.
So what are your thoughts on the development with a lot of the younger players, too? Alvarez has been sensational since he's come back from the injury, one of the best offensive catchers in the league. You look at Vientos, the development. Really, the only one that hasn't is Beatty. So what are your thoughts on development on those guys?
Well, I'm going to hit on Beatty first. I think we know that development and progress and success in this game is never linear. And I think that with time, I think he has the skill set. I think that, we're also going to have to wait and see if he can actually step it up and develop along with Major League pitching. I think his right now, his inability to adapt to Major League pitching on the fly, or at least adapt at the level that Major League pitching is adapting to him. Because, it's constant cat and mouse. That's how Major League pitching and hitting works. You make a change, the pitchers adapt, you adapt to them, and it's back and forth. Vientos and Alvarez have done such a great job of almost, throwing that development into hyperdrive. What they've done offensively and even defensively on Vientos' end, he's been more than a serviceable third baseman, but Alvarez, I mean, he's not even 23 years old yet. He's going to be a guy who's in the conversation for the All-Star game. Maybe not this year, but sometime very soon, if he stays on this pace. Pitchers love throwing to him, and that's all we've heard publicly. The numbers support that. His offense has just gone leaps and bounds. It's almost unbelievable. We were talking last year, like, he's young. He'll need some time to really get used to this level. He really hasn't missed a beat. Even that's still coming off the hand injury. And he came in and hit the ground running, and the team has seemed to responded. It seems to have responded to his return just, incredibly. They're on just an amazing run. Offensively, winning wise, they're back in the thick of the wild card race. It's as a fan, it's really fun. And just as a baseball fan, it's really impressive to see that type of turnaround.
Has a lot to do with Mendoza and what type of coach he is. I think a lot of people forget that Mendoza comes from the New York Yankees, and a lot of people took shots at the Mets of hiring him out of all the managers that were available. What are your thoughts to what Mendoza has done so far early this season?
Well, I guess outside that clubhouse looking in, it's very tough to get a gauge on just how much. But I mean, just from what we've seen, for them to be able to keep that focus and stay, on point, on the ball, keep your eyes on the prize, all the silly sayings, but whatever he's doing, it's working. No manager is going to be perfect. No manager is going to be infallible. It's always going to be a combination of the information you have and the gut decision. And, we saw plenty of Mets managers, plenty of Yankees managers, plenty of baseball, any sport head coaches. Sometimes they make the wrong decisions. It's up to them to kind of bounce back. And Mendoza's shown that him and his team's ability to bounce back has just been, it's always been there. They've been resilient to the millionth power. And that's really all you can ask for in a first-year manager. I think coming over, the amount of support that he had coming from the Yankees organization, I know that Aaron Boone had just wonderful things to say about him. The players all have great things to say about him. I loved how Glaber was like, yeah, he got on my ass when he needed to, helped me when I needed to, but he also supported me and congratulated me when I needed him to. And I guess that's what you have to get your players' trust. You don't want to lose that room. If you lose that room, it's all downhill. Look at what happened to Buck. Buck's a Hall of Fame manager. Buck did a fine job. It seems like Buck lost that room. And again, outside looking in, that's all we could do is speculate. But yeah, it seems like he has that room behind him. And if you got 26 pulling all the same way, which the Mets are doing right now, you got to tip your cap to the leader, and that's Mendoza, and just keep it rolling. That's it.
So Edwin Diaz, obviously the sticky substance controversy that 3 out of 7 pitchers that have been caught the last 2 years have been with the Mets. Edwin Diaz definitely didn't look like that was one of the more obvious ones. And then also the way he's pitched in the month of May really hasn't been the same since April. He pitched well, but has not looked right. What are your thoughts on both of those things? And what are your thoughts on the baseball ruling of these sticky substances?
Well, it was pretty clear he had quite a bit of substance on his hand. I think everyone was kind of in agreement that that's just a combination of rosin, sweat, and dirt, which they're allowed to use. He just used way too much of it. I think one umpire said something along the lines of that wasn't just rosin, but then another one said he just used too much. Whatever the case is, yeah, I mean, I wish it wasn't so non-arbitrary. I guess I know arbitrary would be the right word, where umpires could just say, I think this is this, and oh, excuse me. And that's that. That something's got to change there. Personally, I would like to see them incorporate a universal grip substance. I mean, they could tackify the ball, but they haven't had great success with that in the minor leagues. They got to do something because for a pitcher to lose, a relief pitcher especially to lose 10 games, doesn't seem really fair when a starting pitcher loses 10 games, but he only misses 2, maybe 3 starts. Relief pitcher, I mean, you're missing a lot right now. The Mets probably could have had a couple more wins in their pocket over the last week if Diaz was around. Since he's returned, he's been, a little shaky. I mean, when he first came back from the injury, it was clear he did not have his confidence. He did not have his best stuff. They put him on the IL with the shoulder impingement. He came back and he was looking great. The velo was getting back up there. The slider was locating again. It looked like he had a really tough time locating his slider. And without that, without those two pieces working together, his fastball and his slider, something's going to be off. Hitters are going to catch up to it, whatever the case is. And then the sticky stuff happens, and it's unfortunate. I don't think anyone's doubting that Edwin Diaz is just an elite talent. And once he is right, he's just going to be, he's going to make the Mets bullpen that much stronger. But in the same breath, the Mets need him to get right really quick because he's kind of the glue that holds it together.
We are talking to the creator of The Apple and the host of Simply Amazing podcast, Tim Ryder. Tim, you look at JD Martinez, he has been a great addition to the New York Mets. It was a great move by, a very good GM or an executive who a lot of people have taken shots out of, and I'm one of them, yours truly. I wasn't big on the Stearns hire. I know a lot of people like what he did over there in Milwaukee, but I want to see what he could do with the Mets. And Uncle Stevie really trusts in him. What are your thoughts to JD Martinez? Could the Mets look to move him at the trade deadline if they fall out of the playoffs?
Sure. I think anyone who's not in the long-term plans, and especially on expiring contracts, Martinez, you can go right down the list. They're going to be talked about internally. There's going to be external, inquisitions into them. And I think that's no matter where the Mets are in the standings, people are going to be asking because, this was supposed to be a gap year to a certain extent. And they've kind of made the most of it over the last month or so. They've put themselves back in the conversation. If they're in the same spot that they are in now, let's say a game and a half, 2 games out, a week before the trade deadline, you really have to consider, is this team going to make if they're buyers, are they going to make a strong enough push to really make a push into the real playoffs? You're going to get into the divisional and the NLCS and possibly the World Series, or are you just going to be, are you settling for a wild card spot, maybe get a home game and call it a day? What we've seen so far from Stearns, and that's not to say, if the Mets lose, 10 out of their next 12, you can be pretty sure that everyone's going to be on the table. I can't say for sure who's going to be moved, but anyone who's on an expiring deal can absolutely be moved. And the Mets did it last year. The Mets, and there wasn't even expiring deals. They just said, all right, you know what? We're blowing this up. And they got back great prospects. They're not scared to do it again. And I think that that's one option. But I'd like to see them move maybe some couple of guys that they want to move, hopefully package a prospect or two into a almost make it like a half buyer, half seller type deadline for them. Make the team better, maybe make the team better in the future by flipping a guy or two. I like Stearns' vision. I like how he's always kind of looking a few steps ahead, a few moves ahead. He's almost like a chess player in that sense, and I dig that. I think, there were a lot of expectations going into this year that were maybe blown out of proportion. This team had so much money tied up from last year's investments, and they knew they bit a big bullet this year. So, I think anything that they can, any excitement, any success that they find this year, that's a bonus. I'm more about the future, and I think that's where Stearns is looking right now too. And now you have the money to back it up. And Cohen, I like the front office. I like the brass that's in charge. What they do at this deadline, it's really going to be determined over the next 3 or 4 weeks. But even if they're still in it, I wouldn't be surprised if some guys get moved. JD Martinez has been so good for this team. They have to be all the way out of it for him to get moved, I think. If they're going to make a run, he's got to be a big piece. Even if they're shooting for a wild card spot, just to get a little buzz back, he's got to be a piece. That said, nobody's untouchable, at least on the expiring veteran side of things. Young guys, I have a couple of untouchables. For Francisco Alvarez, he cannot be touched.
Yeah, I want to ask about the young pitching that they got. Christian Scott's obviously pitched a lot this year. There's a couple of pitching prospects doing very well. I think the Mets now have top six in the top 100 in all of baseball right now with a lot of the pitching prospects. So what are your thoughts on the player development in the minor leagues now being a lot better and some of those trades they made last year at that deadline making an impact?
I mean, I more than we could have expected. I mean, we've seen this I shouldn't say this front office, this organization, I don't want to say fumble the development of prospects, but take detours when maybe not necessary. Look at, you could even look at Ahmed Rosario, who's turned into a fine ball player. He wasn't the top flight guy that he was touted as, but he turned into I want to say he's top 3 in Major League Baseball in singles since 2020, which is a very tough stat to believe, but it's true. He's turned into a fine player. He's expanded himself defensively. I think if the Mets would have kind of downshifted their expectations, I think they would have found that Ahmed Rosario could have been like not a super utility, but he could play a little center. He could play a little corner outfield. He could play shortstop, of course. He's focused on singles. He's hitting doubles. When he's hitting line drives, he can get into the gap, and he still has speed at 30 years old. I mean, what I'm saying is that they made so many missteps in the past with development. Now it seems like they're just have laser focus on the strengths that they know these guys have, and they want to accentuate those strengths. Look at Christian Scott. Christian Scott is a great example. You know, they kind of rejuvenated the whole front office, player development, pretty much top to bottom. They installed the pitching lab down in Port St. Lucie, and they really got a not just a brand new set of eyes on their pitchers, but new eyes plus, you know, computer programs and data and metrics. And, you know, now they're able to pinpoint exactly what's going to work for these guys. And so it becomes a science project. And you see guys like Brandon Sproat and Christian Scott just bubbling up through the systems and the rankings. You know, you have to say, wow, like these guys almost came out of nowhere. And in Christian Scott's case, he didn't quite come out of nowhere, but the ascent was unexpected to that, you know, I guess to that extent. And it's got to be a look at the new player development, the new front office, the new organizational depth chart, whatever you want to look at it. The influx and the infuse of data and analytics. Like, I'm a big believer in stats, but baseball isn't just stats. There's always got to be that perfect blend of just baseball and data. If you can find that combination, you got something special. And I think that's what Stearns brings. I think that's what this organization is shooting for. Is to, yeah, we got the money to spend, but let's maximize the guys that we have here. And that goes from rookie ball all the way up to the 26 at this level. And you can hear it in my voice. I'm excited about what they're doing.
Well, every Met fan would probably be excited of the way the Mets have played over the last couple of weeks, but they're up and down. I mean, this is an organization that has been up and down no matter what year it is, who the GM is, who the executive is, who the manager is. How many managers have the Mets had over the last, I would say, 15 years? It's pretty crazy how this team goes up and down. And now they have new ownership. I think Uncle Stevie knows how to open up his pockets, but does he spend his money in the right positions and places where it's going to make the team better? Now, the National League is wide open, Tim. And Philadelphia, Milwaukee, and Los Angeles. It's very top heavy. But after that, do you trust that the Atlanta Braves, after losing their best player in Acuna, losing their best pitcher in Strider, that this team can hold right there at number 2 in the National League East? The Mets have a chance to surpass them because right now I don't trust their secondary players. And then you look at St. Louis, and St. Louis has always been an organization that finds a way to win. I don't know what it is. This is a team. And by the way, Arenado is still there. They still have Goldschmidt there. There were stories coming out in the offseason that they were maybe going to trade Paul Goldschmidt. They didn't do that. They started to believe that their farm system is still good and that they could still move forward. And that some of these young guys have come up and played very well for this team. And San Diego, I don't trust them either. So the Mets and even the Pittsburgh Pirates and even Cincinnati has a chance to sneak into the playoffs this year. What are your thoughts to that?
Oh, you nailed it. Wide open. I do believe in the Braves. I think that the Braves are going to be very active at the trade deadline. Even with Acuna out, they're going to make sure that that's going to work for them. There's too much talent there for them not to. Jared Kelenick's been playing pretty well for them in Acuna's replacement. He's not Ronald Acuna, of course, but he's making some strides. And I guess, you know, it wasn't his fault he got traded, so I still kind of root for him. But the Padres, I think they're in the same boat as the Mets. They can go either way. They have the talent to do it. They have the offense to do it. They certainly, you could even say they have, you know, better pitching than the Mets. That's probably not even a question. You know, it's gonna be a fight, man. The Cardinals are a tricky one. I don't really trust it. I don't believe in the Cardinals yet, and I hope that doesn't come back to bite me. But pretty much over this same span that the Mets have been hot, the Cardinals, record-wise, have been the best team in baseball over the last 4 weeks. Just not losing any games, making up all this ground. They were, you know, I want to say 10 games under 500, and they're just, you know, they're cleaning up right now. Ali Marmol, their manager, was on the hot seat. The owner had to chime in and say, you know, we have a vote of confidence, but no one's safe, to the, you know, paraphrased, of course. And, yeah, they have it clicking. They have a nice team. I believe they have Lance Lynn there. They got Yeah, I'm not sure if he's healthy. Don't hold me to that. Sonny Gray's
Gray,
still
Kyle
there.
Gibson, yep. All the old pitchers.
All the old
Yeah. No, but I mean, you got Tink Hens, who's almost ready to go. I think he's in the futures game. He's been tearing up the minors. You got Mason Wynn, who's a really nice player. I think Jordan Walker was probably just like an adjustment away from coming back up to the majors and making an impact. I don't trust him yet, but you can't really sign off on anybody. You can't be like, oh yeah, that's an easy win. Even when they say, oh, the Mets got an easy stretch of the schedule. Is it really? There's so much parity in the National League right now that nobody's an easy win. I mean, you could play your worst team in baseball. You might lose 2 out of 3 just because it's baseball. Yeah, you just got to go out there and play your game. Like, facing the Nationals. The Nationals putting up a fight, man. They always do. It's a divisional game. I don't care if you got kids on this team. They want to beat the Mets. Everybody wants to beat the Mets, even if they're bad. You look at the Marlins. They always play tough against the Mets. They're out of it. They just want to be spoilers. The Pirates. I love that you brought up the Pirates because that is not only is that an impressive team as far as like the blueprint for, just being awful for so long and just building it up and saying, look, we have something going here. And you get the fan base back. It's actually really, really cool to see. But you put that team in the playoffs, and you add a starting pitcher to that group, like a top flight pitcher on the trade deadline. That's a scary team, man. I think anybody's kind of in that conversation. The Reds, with this young core that they have, and that could be said about the Pirates. I mean, look at the Orioles. That's the blueprint right there, but that's American League. We won't get into them. But, if you got the right idea for what you want and really know what your group of players can do, if you pull all the strings correctly, it can be done. It might be a little uneven or inconsistent, like you said, like the Mets have been. But, look at the Reds. They did great last year. They've been inconsistent this year. But if you stay hot once in a while, you still find yourself back in it. It's gonna be a horse race, man. It really is. It's gonna be neck and neck, and it's gonna be a fun summer. I hope it works out in the Mets' favor. But it's good baseball. It's great drama.
To my last question, the elephant in the room, Pete Alonso. Do you think the Mets will sign him? What do you think they should pay him and his market value is?
Well, Pete Alonso is not a 5-tool player. I know everybody wants to compare him. Oh, you want to compare him to Aaron Judge because of the home runs. He is not Aaron Judge. He doesn't play a premium position. He doesn't have the batting average. He doesn't have that defense. I don't want to say he's one-dimensional because he's more than that. He's a serviceable fielder. He's not awful. He's not good by any means, but he's serviceable. He's gotten better taking it the other way when he has to. Shortening up his stroke with 2 strikes. He adjusts on the fly better than most power hitters. Like if pitchers are noticing that they can attack low and outside, they will for a week. But Pete's quick to adjust, and then he forces pitchers' hands much quicker than other power hitters do, and that's enticing to me. That being said, I don't think he gets traded, but let's look forward to the offseason. As far as his market value, it's not even going to be Goldie because Goldie's more of a complete player than Pete. The age isn't going to help him. What if he breaks down in 3 years, which is entirely possible. I've made this comparison on social media. In 10 years, he could be Adam Dunn, which is fine player, a Hall of OK player, a bunch of home runs, which is fine. He could also be Jim Thome. Jim Thome is a premier power hitter, like
Hall of Famer.
I mean, absolutely Hall of Famer, not even a question. I'm not sure if Pete's ever going to be that 260, 270 for 10 years or 8 years or 5 years straight guy, but he's always going to have that power potential, and he's always going to be that force in a lineup. I don't think he's going to be the guy to carry a team by himself, but he is a considerable force. I would hope he'll get to stay here, maybe somewhat of a hometown discount. Scott Boras is his agent, so you can't count on that.
No.
I don't think he's going to get 30 a year. I really don't. I think you give him 25 a year for 5 years and hope that he stays. I'm not getting into a bidding war and overpaying for Pete Alonso. And I know Mets fans might get really upset at me for saying that, but he's at most a two-dimensional player. I love him. The fans love him. He could be an all-time home run guy. I think 500 is well within his sights if he stays healthy. And that's a benchmark, man. That's a very important benchmark. But yeah, I'm not overpaying just for home runs, man. When people say he's Dave Kingman, they're not completely wrong. I don't agree with him 100%, but they're not.
Oh, he's better than
wrong.
Dave Kingman. That's ridiculous.
Dude, I don't remember Dave Kingman, but if you look at their stats, it's eerily similar.
I know.
I think that the Adam Dunn or
pitching's a lot better than it was then. I mean,
oh, absolutely. But from what I've heard and from what I've seen in clips and his stats, Dave Kingman was a premier power hitter, but he struck out a ton and he wasn't an average guy. Sounds familiar, right? I'm not saying he is. I'm not. I've only heard the comparison, and I can't say that they're 100% wrong. I can't say they're 100% right, but I can't say they're 100% wrong. I would love for him to be. I would be fine with him to be Adam Dunn, but I would give him 25 for 4 years if he's Adam Dunn. It's really a tough call, man. The Mets are in a pickle on this one. Maybe you just let someone else deal with it. Maybe you trade him now. I wouldn't trade him just because you would break the fans' hearts. Because you got kids who love him. My nephew's Polar Bear Pete, and him and a million other kids are just like that, man. You'd break hearts.
You mentioned pickles. Speedy doesn't like pickles. So I do. Speedy, what kind of pickle do you like?
I like pretty much all pickles.
Sour pickles?
Most pickles are, yeah.
Bigger? Smaller? Thick?
I don't care about size. How much times do I have to tell you?
All right. He doesn't care about size, Tim.
Errol, that was the segue of the fucking century. Excuse me, the segue of the century.
Right, are the Mets currently in a pickle? Is that what it is?
2-1 in the 8th, and McNeil's up, so he's leading off the inning. Hopefully, he gets
I've
on
seen
base.
pickles pretty big, Speedy. Size of bats, man. Size of bats.
I believe you.
Okay, I'm just telling you. I mean, would you eat it if it was the size of a bat?
I don't know, maybe.
All right, there you go. So he likes pickles that big. I don't.
No, I'm not embracing it.
Embrace the pickle, boys.
Well, you got to use that for your show now. You can call yourself.
I'm going to shout you guys out. And they'll be like, yeah, just search for it. Anyway you look for pod, just search for Embrace the Pickle. You'll find it.
Yeah, if you invite Errol on, he might come out with that sign.
I have a pickle in my hands for Speedy.
the big OMG, but with a pickle underneath.
That's right. Speedy Lizo.
That'll be Errol's idea for the alternate for the City Connect jerseys. Instead of that, they'll have pickle-themed jerseys.
This is fun, guys.
Oh, well, Tim, we love you, man. Keep up the good work. We'll be in touch very, very soon. I do believe the Mets will be in it to win it. As far as making the playoffs with a wild card, we'll see if they can keep it up and keep playing the way they have over the last 2 weeks. If they can, I mean, look what they did to the Yankees. I mean, I know Yankee fans were jumping off the bridge. This always happens. The Yankees do not show up in Citi Field. They never showed up in Shea either. And then they go back to Yankee Stadium. They'll probably win one of those games, and everybody's going to be like, well, the Mets won 3 out of 4. The Mets could beat the Yankees. And I sit there and I'm like, whatever. I mean, it's ridiculous. But hey, you know what? The Mets win something. That's all I got to say. The Mets
give me a fun summer. That's it.
That's it. That's it. And that's all we want for baseball here in New York is a fun summer. Tim, keep up the good work, bud.
Likewise, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Tim Ryder. We love Tim. Tim knows his stuff. He knows his Mets. He knows his baseball, and he has a great podcast. Go check him out. It is fantastic. Simply amazing. For all you amazing fans, you Met fans out there, just a crazy, I don't know. The Mets season is always crazy.
It's a whirlwind.
It's a whirlwind of hell, right, Speedy?
Well, right now it's not. They're playing well, but I mean, you never know. It could become that very easily.
It very much can. But there is something to get into, and we will get into the Bronny James situation. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
with Tommy Scoops.
Everybody already knows the deal. I am Tommy Scoops, bringing you guys all the Loudmouth Sports Minute and jumping into some MLB. The Blue Jays are placing infielder Isaiah Kiner-Falefa on injured list with a sprained knee. Kiner-Falefa was scratched from Monday's game yesterday versus the Astros after feeling a strain in his knee during pre-game stretches, and he will be reevaluated in 10 days. Over in the NFL, the Giants' Hard Knocks season is going to be released for about 30 minutes at 9 p.m. and is available on Max. This Hard Knocks season will document the offseason of the New York Giants, with new episodes debuting subsequent Tuesdays through July 30th. Lastly, the NFL is suspending former 49ers safety Tashaun Gibson. The league has not revealed specifics behind the suspension. However, ESPN's Adam Schefter says free agent safety violated the PED substance policy within the league. Going over now to Scoops of Scores over in the MLB, the Cincinnati currently has a 5-0 lead over the Yankees at the top of the 6th, with Boston having a 7-3 lead over Miami at the top of the 8th. Chicago White Sox and Cleveland are both tied at 6 apiece at the top of the 8th, while St. Louis has a 7-4 lead over Pittsburgh at the bottom of the 7th, with the Mets and Washington currently tied up at 2 apiece at the top of the 8th. Toronto right now currently has a 7-5 lead over Houston at the top of the 6th, while San Francisco and Atlanta both have a 2-2 lead at the top of the 5th. Minnesota currently has a 2-0 lead over Detroit at the end of the 4th, with Philadelphia having a 2-0 lead over the Chicago Cubs at the bottom of the 2nd, while Texas has a 3-0 lead over San Diego at the bottom of the 2nd. That is currently all the time I have for you guys right now. Pinging it back to the boys for the continuation of the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
Willie Whoppers, Speedy. Willie Whoppers. It's good for both. Shave the S. Shave the S. 631-672-3108. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy, the Speedster, the Mr. Pickle Man, Pickle Lover, Pickle Juice. You like pickle juice? I don't like pickle juice. I don't like the smell of it. I don't like the taste of it. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey, every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out all our local listing for all our show, from Game On to obviously Snowman in the Morning and all the shows. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Tim Ryder, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a Mets fan, he's fantastic. Great podcast. He writes so many good stuff right now, not only for the Mets, for baseball. So if you're a baseball fan, go check out Tim. He's all over social media, especially the X, as we can't call it Twitter anymore. Elon Musk wanted to name it after his son Xavier. Anyways, it's been a great show so far. At 9:00 we'll be talking to Sonny Carton. Yes, you know who he is, Craig Carton's son. He will be joining us a little bit later in the show, so we're very excited to have him. This is the first time Sonny's been on our show, so it'll be fun getting into a little bit of sports conversation with him. He's a big New York fan, and his father is Craig Carton, so we all know about Craig. Yahoo Sports reports that the Lakers plan on giving Bronny James a multiple-year contract, which will begin the season with the Lakers as an active roster, on his roster, not on the G League. Bronny's contract will be fully guaranteed rookie deal and the first ever given to a second-round pick in the new CBA. Bleacher Reports say that Chris Haynes reported that Rich Paul made sure any team that drafted Bronny would give him a normal contract, no two-way contract. Haynes added that Rich Paul was making sure certain teams wouldn't draft him by telling him he will go play in Australia if they did. Bronny was drafted 55th by the overall by the Lakers and became the first father and son duo on the same team in NBA history. So very interesting story. And I Speedy, you have to fix this when you post this. But here's the thing. I know there's a lot of Bronny James fans out there buying his jerseys, going out there and thinking that this kid is going to be somebody somebody to watch in the NBA and try to compare him to his father. This is a kid that's 6'2". He's not 6'8". He is not built or hung in many different ways like LeBron James. Okay, he's not. I don't know his wife, but he's probably hung in many different ways. But I will say this. Bronny is a face, and the Lakers need that other face. They need a face that when LeBron decides to step away and walk away from basketball, they have something to look forward to. The question is, does Bronny James become the player, athletically gifted like his father, that everybody could trust that they can build with for their future? And the answer is, and I'm just speaking from the truth, I don't know if he is. And not to say that he isn't a 5-star recruit when he came out of high school, and not to say that he had that heart condition that really probably hurt his chances of becoming that USC talent that everybody thought he was going to be when he decided to go to USC. But LeBron James is a gifted athlete. He's a different beast of a man. And Bronny is not that kind of guy. Maybe his brother Bryce is. Maybe Bryce becomes the player like his father. Bryce is about 6'7", 6'6". He's still 17 years old, has a chance to be a really nice player. But Bronny's smaller. Now, what position is he going to play? Is he going to be the 2? Is he going to be the 1? If he plays the 2, he's undersized. If he plays the 1, is he a good passer? Now, some people say his gifts, besides scoring, is the passing and is the rebounding that he has for his size. And he's acrobatic, and he has has the gifts of jumping and doing all those other things. And he's a pretty good 3-point shooter, believe it or not. But he hasn't proven it on an NBA court. He didn't even prove it on an NCAA court. And that's what scares me. That's why a lot of teams passed up on him. Now, obviously, Rich Paul coming out and doing what he did and telling all the other teams, only the Suns and the Lakers would Bronny and the James family would be interested to see Bronny going to play for, tells me one thing. Rich Paul controls his players and where they go. And that's not just Rich Paul. It's been Leon Rose. Leon Rose has been, one of those agents that have done that for many, many years with his players. And when Leon Rose decided to take over for the New York Knicks, he's been doing with his own players. His son is OG Anunoby's agent. Are you surprised that OG signed a big-time contract with the New York Knicks to stay with the New York Knicks? I'm not, because his son is his agent. So basketball is run by the players. I've said this many, many times. LeBron wanted his son. I'll tell you this, the Lakers had a very good draft. They had a very good draft. They drafted in the first round at number 17, the best 3-point shooter in the draft. And then they get Bronny James. These are two players that they can develop and build for the future. Now, if LeBron James is half the coach, aka half the captain that everybody thinks he is, and I think he is, he will help develop his son. He will help develop some of these youngsters, and maybe they do have a good future. But if they don't, they're paying a lot of players a lot of money. LeBron James getting $60 million a year. They're overpaying a guy that is over the age of 40. And that's going to break down. You could say whatever you want. He is gifted. He is a beast of a man. He is going to break down like every other player. It happens. Oh, father time always comes. And Anthony Davis, if he's not breaking down, he's going to break down soon. Anthony Davis cannot stay healthy. And everybody's going to say, well, he was healthy this year. Good for Anthony Davis. Go look at his career. Go look at where he was when he was with the Pelicans, and go look at his career with the Lakers over the last 2 to 3 years. He has not been healthy, okay? So you sit here today, and you wonder, is Bronny the guy that you want to build your organization around? I don't know. I do know that his jersey is the highest selling jersey in the last 72 hours. I do know that LeBron James probably was the guy that was buying those jerseys. Yep. But I do respect that LeBron James believes in his son. I do respect that a lot of people, including the Lakers organization, is willing to express their belief that this kid could be the future of this organization after LeBron decides to part ways. But giving him guaranteed money, I think they're making a mistake. I think Rich Paul has always been in control of the league because Bronny is LeBron James's son. And I also believe that it could be the death of Bronny James and his growth as a player because Rich Paul is his agent.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of skepticism going on with some of the extreme measures we've seen agents take. But I don't think you've ever seen anything like this when it comes to a second round unproven player like that. It's one thing you see, all right, these baseball teams are giving these prospects big money before they step on a major league field. These are guys are top prospects. The Brewers did it with their kid Jackson Chourio. The Orioles did it with Adley Rutschman. Like, they're paying him early. This is a guy that's so unproven. He scored 6 points a game on a bad USC team in a bad year for the Pac-12, and you're going to give him guaranteed money? I mean, Rich Paul is taking this NBA agencies thing to another extreme.
Well, they believe in him because of what they saw him at the combine. I mean, he's breaking records. I mean, his jumping ability, his unbelievable one-on-one game. I mean, they said that 5-on-5, he was one of the best players. Who cares?
Right.
But when you step on an NBA court and you're playing against the best players in the world, you're not playing G League players, you're not playing college players. It's a completely different game. And he's undersized at the position he's going to play. And where does he play? Is he a 2? Is he a 1? Is he a 3? Where do you put him? I don't care how good of his leaping ability is, because he can't defend any position. So you're going to stick him on a point guard. Is he going to be able to stop a Jalen Brunson? Is he going to be able to stop a Kyrie Irving? Is he going to be able to stop a Steph Curry? I don't know. I don't know if he's athletic, but is he as gifted as his father was? And his game is not defense. If you look at his game, one of his strengths is not the defensive side of the ball. It's his leaping ability and his inside game, him getting into the paint and dominating in the paint. But you're playing guys that are just as athletic as you are and probably bigger than you. So I don't know how this works.
No, I don't either, because this was also with USC as well. That team that was in the bottom 50 teams defensively, and Bronny James was a big reason part of that. And obviously their coach is now gone, and that program got destroyed by that. Now you're going to the Lakers, which you're trusting a new coach all at once. Now JJ Redick, we'll see how he works with some of these young players. It's still an unknown. And you mentioned Dalton Connects, drafting him at 17 overall. Like, him and JJ Redick going together, that makes a lot of sense with the 3-point shooting prowess of Connect to what he could be. He only fell in the draft because he was older. But Bronny, like, there's still a lot of unknowns. Giving him that kind of guaranteed money right away, not even letting him a chance to develop. Now, well, how much will he play? I don't know, but you're not really letting him develop either by that kind of logic either. So if you want that kind of thing to work, to play with LeBron and like have him play with LeBron, because otherwise, obviously, you're doing that for this reason. You're drafting him in the second round when he was probably thought of to go undrafted because of LeBron James being there for maybe 3 years, maybe 2, whenever he decides to retire. I don't know. But if they want to have him play, they don't want him to be a liability with his dad on the floor. He's not going to like that very much either.
LeBron James is the coach of that team.
Of course.
Let's be honest. JJ Redick is not the coach of the team. The only reason why JJ Redick is there is because he's telling LeBron, it's all yours, buddy. Give me the money, show me the money, and I'll be the guy. I'll be the face of the organization as far as I'm concerned until LeBron decides to retire and take over for the team and coach his son. That's what I believe is going to happen. Right now, when you look at the position that the Lakers are in, they're depending a lot on Bronny James to be the face of this organization. If I was the organization right now and I was anybody, including Jeannie Buss, I would be afraid right now, because if it fails, this organization, which has been a very good organization with players and deciding to keep players and get rid of players, and this is not Dr. Buss. This has been a huge problem over the last couple of years when Dr. Buss decided to, obviously step down, let his daughter take over for him, and then obviously pass away. This is an organization that hasn't been really successful. Go look at their record. Go look at where this organization has really been. They decided to bring in LeBron James because he was the face of basketball. LeBron wanted to come to LA because he wanted to raise his kids in one of the biggest high schools in the country when it comes to basketball, and also redefine what the NBA is in Lakertown. I think there's a lot of problems right now. The Lakers are trying to figure out where this organization is heading, and I don't think they're heading in a good position. And again, I also believe that LeBron James believes that with him being in the driver's seat now as the head coach, as the captain, as the guy, moving forward with this organization for the next 3 years, it will help grow the product and grow his product, and when he decides to step away.
Yeah, Keith mentioned before the comparison of the Lakers and the Celtics. The Lakers have hit really low lows in recent years as well. Like the Celtics, they've had bad years. I'm not saying they never did, but it's like 2 years at a time. It's not great. Like the Lakers have had lowest of lows where after Kobe retired, they went out of the playoffs for like 6 years straight. And you mentioned Anthony Davis, like they make that trade for him the first year. He can't stay healthy. They missed the playoffs completely with him and LeBron. Like those kinds of things are really the lowest of the low. So if you want to make this Bronny thing work, I mean, good luck trying to do it in a way that maybe is catering to LeBron a little, but you're not trusting it much more than what you're dealing with Rich Paul.
No. And again, if you're sitting here today, if you're a Laker fan, again, the question is this team in the driver's seat in the Western Conference? When you have Denver, you have the Grizzlies, John Morant comes back. If he's 100% healthy, I still think they're a better organization, and they have a bunch of good young players. The Pelicans are in a better position right now. Even though they're looking to move Brandon Ingram, they're still in the driver's seat. And I don't know if they're moving Brandon Ingram. There's just so many teams. It's crazy to say the Golden State Warriors and the Lakers, they're done. I just don't see the Lakers being a championship competitive team for the next really 5 to 10 years. And Golden State, Steph Curry is not going to want to be there anymore. I'm telling you right now, Steph Curry is on his way out. He's probably going to demand his way out. And Draymond Green's going to be the only one left there. I mean, who wants to play with Draymond Green? Okay. The guy likes to choke people out. The next thing you're going to see Draymond Green actually get involved in is UFC, mixed martial arts. He's going to get knocked the hell out, and nobody's going to even talk about Draymond Green anymore. By the way, I'm going to say this to be very, very nice and collective about the Lakers organization as a whole, because I just want to be nice about it. This is an organization who has been run by a man over the last, I would say, 40 years that really tried to sell, a show, entertainment. It wasn't all about just basketball. It was entertainment. That's what he was selling. What are the Lakers selling now? What are they trying to sell? I mean, I know what they're trying to sell. They're trying to sell the Jameses. That's what they are. What's going to happen? Are they going to come out with a reality show? What's keeping up with the Jameses? I mean, seriously, please, LeBron James, that's what's going to sell. How about, Jeannie Buss is like, Jeannie Buss lives in the same house with both LeBron and his family, and they're hanging out with each other. They're outside in the backyard, making, what are they called? S'mores or whatever the hell they are, hanging out. I mean, that would be funny. That would be great. I mean, seriously, Sonny would like it. I mean, hanging out with LeBron James, having a couple of s'mores with him.
Hopefully, anything's better than LeVar Ball, the crap he did. Well, still, that bar's pretty low.
That Ball family, that's another organ. That's another bunch of crazy people, basketball heads that need a lot of help.
That's a good way to put it.
I mean, seriously, besides their mother, I mean, LaMelo, he's running over people. I mean, by the way, he got away with that. Just so everybody knows, he paid his way out of that. The Ball family, they're very good at paying their way out of things. And again, there's one in Chicago, and there's one, I don't know, he's not playing, he's playing overseas, Australia or wherever the hell he's playing.
I have even no idea at this point. Where he got arrested?
Is his father trying to sell him too?
Maybe his father is going to team up with him to take on Michael Jordan 2-on-1 to see if he only loses by 300 points.
Are you kidding me? I mean, seriously. This is the problem right now with the NBA is the NBA is run by the players. And I'll say it again. And you can sit here and you can complain. I love the NBA. It's always been, the Knicks have always been my love. But you sit here right now and you wonder where the NBA is heading. There's a lot of money, a ton of money right now that these players are making. And now you're sitting here and you're wondering, who is the next superstar? Who is going to take over for LeBron James? As good as Nikola Jokic and obviously Luka Doncic is, are they going to be the faces of the league? They need something. So you know what the Lakers are trying to sell? You know what LeBron is trying to sell? Here he is. Bronny James is the next big thing. He's only 6'2" tall, and he can jam, but he can't do anything else. So congratulations to the Lakers for picking 55th, having the highest sales when it comes to jerseys, and having a lookalike LeBron James who is nowhere close to his father. So congratulations. Speedy, maybe you should send him a nice big pickle.
I am not going to do anything.
A nice big pickle.
I'm not going to do anything like that to Bronny James. But
you might be as big as, you can get a pickle this size.
I don't care.
I can get a pickle this size.
All right, good for you.
All right.
Before we get started, I
juicy pickle.
I want to ask you a question. You mentioned Draymond Green to the UFC. Who would win in a three-person tag team match with great Draymond Green, Le'Veon Bell, and Tom Wilson?
That's a good one. I'm going to say Le'Veon Bell.
Okay.
I'm going to say Le'Veon Bell because he knows how to box. He's kicking people's butts. So he wants to go pro. So we'll see what happens. But he said he wants to play in the NFL again. Maybe he'll go play for Mike Tomlin. Maybe he'll try out. Who knows? I mean, that Pittsburgh Steelers teams don't need any more running backs.
No, they don't.
Sure. Anyways, when we come back, we will be talking to sports media and radio personality Sonny Carton. If you know who his father is, Craig Carton, very happy to have him on the show for the first time on the Sports Loudmouth. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
with Tommy Scoops.
It is the top of the hour once again, and Tommy Scoops with the Loudmouth Sports Minute. Starting off with the NBA, Warriors announced the hiring of 2 new coaches. Golden State is bringing in the former player and head coaches Terry Stotts and Jerry Stackhouse as assistant coaches to Steve Kerr coaching staff. Lastly, over in the NFL, 49ers and wide receiver Brandon Ayuk are far from getting a deal done. After recent reports say 49ers have had positive meetings with Ayuk on new contracts talks, NFL's Mike Ruffalo says both sides are not any closer to getting a new deal done. Currently now for Scoops and Scores, I'm going to give you a rundown of the scores in the MLB. Right now, Cincinnati has a 5-3 lead over the Yankees at the bottom of the 6th. Boston with an 8-3 lead over Miami at the top of the 9th, while Chicago White Sox and Cleveland are both tied at 6 apiece at the bottom of the 9th. St. Louis has a 7-4 lead over Pittsburgh, with the Mets and Washington both having a tie at 2 apiece at the bottom of the 9th inning. Toronto has a 7-5 lead over Houston, while San Francisco and Atlanta both tied at 2 apiece as well. Detroit and Minnesota are both tied at 3 apiece, while Philadelphia has a 3-0 lead over Chicago Cubs, with Texas having a 5-0 lead over San Diego, and Tampa Bay having a 1-0 lead over Kansas City, and Milwaukee and Colorado are both tied right now at 0 points. That is currently all the time I have right now for you guys. Kicking it back to the boys for their next guest on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
There's barely any hair. Slap that ass. It's good for both. Willy Whoppers, Speedy! Willy Whoppers! Why? He wants to go burn a bush in a crab. 99% of the world would too.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Petey, go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Tuesdays and Thursday. All you have to do to check out our local listings for all the shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. By the way, Eminem came out with a new song called Toby. Sean, I forget who's the artist on the track with him, but it's called Toby. If you check it out on YouTube, it's on YouTube today. It actually dropped this morning. And Eminem, we don't know when that album is dropping. He's already come out and said that, only time will tell. So it could be out tomorrow. It could be out, Speedy, you might be the first person to buy it.
I highly doubt that.
Why? You don't like Eminem?
I'm fine with it, but I think there's more obsessed Eminem fans in this world.
So you don't like Eminem?
I have nothing against him. He's good.
Do you find him attractive?
No, he looks intimidating.
Eminem looks intimidating?
Yeah.
Blonde hair or black hair, he's intimidated?
Yeah.
I mean, there's something wrong with you. Anyways. Oh, Speedy Petey, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just completely lost with this guy. Anyways, we're very happy to have him on. I told Speedy to reach out to him, and he's been following us for years, and I've wanted to get him on the show. I saw him on WFN a couple of years ago. Very, very funny kid, knows his sports. We're now talking to sports media and radio personality, Sonny Carton. Sonny, what's up, buddy?
Nothing much. Thank you guys for having me. I'm here at the golf course. Just finished a great round. I'm excited to be with you guys and talk some sports.
Are you a good golfer?
So it's a good question because I just started playing like 8 months ago, but in those 8 months, I've probably played more holes than anyone else has played in those 8 months. I think I've played about almost 60 rounds in 8 months. So I've gotten myself down to like a 16, 17 handicap. So I can compete when it matters. I'm definitely not the best golfer in the world, though.
Yeah, are you better than your father?
I'm better than him through 18 holes because at this point he kind of gets bored after a few, but he'll be happy to hear this. I'll say he's better than me. If you had to play one hole tomorrow or we had to play 3 holes, I'll give him a slight edge because he's a little bit better around the greens than I am.
No, that's interesting because, most people don't want to compliment their fathers. But, hey, Sonny likes to compliment his father. So why don't we get into it, Sonny? I know you're a New York fan. The New York Knicks made a big move before the draft. They added Mikal Bridges. I saw you post something about Mikal Bridges and the Knicks. What were your thoughts when the Knicks landed Mikal Bridges?
My first thoughts were that, wow, first of all, I never thought that they'd actually make that trade. And I was talking with Evan Roberts back and forth in the past few weeks. And obviously he's a Nets fan and we were going back and forth. And I never thought they would give him up at all, but especially not to the Knicks. And I guess my second thought was Tibbs is going to have perhaps the greatest versatility out of any team in the league this year in terms of lineups that he can throw out there. I mean, there's games that we could see Julius Randle play center, and you could have a lineup of Brunson, Mikal. I mean, like the different lineups that you'd be able to see based on the length of Mikal Bridges and his ability to shoot from the perimeter. A lot of teams out there that have the length that we do from the 3 and the 4 position, they can't knock down the 3 ball. But we have two guys in Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby that not only are they defensive stoppers, not only are they big framed guys, but they're also not spacing liabilities. And what that means is when you have two guys like Brunson and Randle that love driving, love getting to the rim, taking advantage of the paint, especially Brunson in this, what we saw in this past playoff run with those little 2-foot pull-up floater mid-range type shots, having McCall and OG on the wings isn't going to shut them down from a spacing and shooting perspective. So I think that's one thing that the Knicks are going to be able to do that really is going to dwarf all the other teams, because even though we might not have much height after letting Ihart go, we still have Mitch. And when we're out there, we're still going to be able to run teams out of the gym just from this perspective of, like I said, you have two guys that are big guys. Like, you can't guard them. Guards cannot hold OG. Guards cannot hold Bridges. But at the same time, they can still space the floor for our shooters like Dante, Jalen, and everyone else that can shoot threes on our team. Even Julius Randle's respectable. At least you have to put a hand up on the perimeter. So we're going to have a lot of versatility this year. And that was the first thing I thought of when I saw that we finally got Mikal.
So OG Anunoby gets the big contract, $40 million a year over the 5-year span. And the Knicks maybe had to push a little more because of what we were hearing with the Philadelphia 76ers. And OG obviously being injury prone, a lot of Knicks fans thought it was a bad move. What are your thoughts to his contract?
My thoughts on his contract are pretty simple. If I had told you we saved $10 million and signed him for 35 instead of 45, if I told you we got a small replacement, I don't think that really moves the needle. I don't think we can be too worried about our 9th and 10th guy in the rotation. And I think the same thing with the draft picks. I think giving up the draft picks for Bridges, yeah, it kind of sucks. That being said, we still have plenty of picks left. We still have our own picks. And the other thing is, who cares about picks? We're trying to win a ring. We've been so bad over the years that now that we have a team that we can actually put together and hope to be in the playoffs and make a run, I really don't care about an extra, like I said, $7-8 million. I don't care about picks. At the end of the day, if we expect to be good, then our own picks don't matter anyways. And I think that's the biggest thing that, to be fair, for the first time in a long time, I think a lot of Knicks fans do recognize that and agree with that. So I'm not saying that this is something that's a hot take by any means, but I'm not too worried about giving up picks or the extra money because you're expecting to compete. And I'll tell you right now, if we go out and get a ring, no one's going to care about the extra $10 million we gave OG. No one's going to care about losing the picks. So I think I liked it. I was happy with it. Bring a guy in. If it takes a little extra money, go do it if you think that's the guy, even if he doesn't have any all-stars.
We are talking to the sports media and radio personality, Sonny Carton. Sonny, you look at Bronny James, and Bronny James has been a talk for the last couple of weeks before he got drafted. Where is he going? I thought he was a first-round draft pick. I did. I thought the Lakers were going to reach. I thought somebody was going to reach to piss LeBron James off, but they get him in the 50. They get him in the second round, 55th. Well, what are your thoughts to Bronny? Do you think Bronny is any good? Do you think the development or his development will work with LeBron James over there with the Lakers?
I thought Bronny James could have used another year in college, if I'm going to be honest. I think playing for USC did not do him any favors. That was not a system that was designed for him to succeed, at least from a collegiate statistical level. That being said, I think he is a legitimate prospect. I think by every standard of the word prospect, he has the potential going forward. And I think the big thing as you look at a team like the Lakers is he does the idealized version of a Bronny James absolutely fits a role and a need for the Lakers. He's a guy that, similar to some of the guys the Knicks brought in, he almost like a Deuce McBride. That name's been thrown out a lot. But I do think it's accurate. A guy that's going to slide his feet on defense. He's going to be in your face. He has the ability to pick you up. I apologize here. I'm going to have to move my car. I'm sitting in the parking lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, he's Bronny could fit in perfectly with the Lakers. And I think the good thing about him being a 55th pick in the draft is there's not much pressure for him to succeed right away or even at all throughout this first contract. I think the goal for him for this first contract will be to show that he is an NBA player. He deserves to be on the floor. And I think the thing with him that is true about a lot of guys these days is if he can knock down the three-pointer and he cannot be a traffic cone on defense, so in other words, if he can guard the other team's best player or second best guard and he can knock down the three, I mean, he's going to have a spot in the league and he's absolutely going to have a spot on the Lakers with a team that needs guys to sit in the corner and hit shots. I mean, he's not going to have the ball in his hands much. And I'm assuming JJ Redick's offense to be very motion-based, very spacing, get a lot of open threes. So I think that fits well for Bronny James. I mean, any of us out there that grew up with a father that was involved in our sports lives knows that, I mean, at least in my perspective, my dad was very involved, and it's always easier to be on a team where your dad's the coach or your dad's involved. And I think for a young guy, I mean, you can't really ask for more of a, in my opinion, a zero pressure situation. I know people have been throwing around that he's going to have all the pressure in the world, but to me, what's the pressure? You're not going to play much, first of all. All you have to do is go hard in practice. And like I said, you come into a game, hit a 3 or 2, people are going to be looking at you like you're the next prospect. So I don't think there's as much pressure on Bronny as it seems to be. And one thing, once again, this isn't a hot take by any stretch, but it's important to note his health condition that he suffered about a year ago, which if any other player had come back from that, there'd be a lot of talk about how great of a story it is. And I do think even to now, you still have to get comfortable with these things. And I love Bronny as a prospect. I could talk about him for hours.
Very interesting.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about JJ Redick and the whole Dan Hurley saga too. Like he turned down the Lakers offer to go to stay at UConn, and then JJ Redick, they brought him in. Like you said, you think he could be a good tactical coach, good motion-based offense. Like what type of coach do you think he'll be, and do you think maybe he could be a trendsetter for the NBA, even if LeBron is retired by the time he's done?
Absolutely. I think obviously we've seen, this is nothing new, but in the past few years, there have been a lot of coaches that have been hired very soon after their playing careers. JJ Redick, probably the quickest of the bunch, but you've seen guys like Chauncey Billups, JJ Redick himself. Guys have gotten the looks from the coaching spot. And I think him as a coach, listen, when you're any type of player, you obviously have a very specific feel and perspective on the game. But when you're a player like JJ Redick was, where outside of the first 3 or 4 years of his career, he was essentially 100% of the time an off-ball player. He wasn't seen as a guy that was going to have the ball in his hands, but he understands what it's like to stand in the corner and not be involved throughout a game, and how that could affect you coming down to the fourth quarter where you might get an open look, but you haven't shot more than 4 shots all game. You haven't had the ball in your hands, so you might miss a shot, and then your coach takes you out. So I think he has a phenomenal perspective on that side of things where he's going to understand how to get every single guy involved, from LeBron James, who obviously doesn't need help getting involved, all the way down to guys like Bronny or a guy who they re-signed who I did not expect them to sign, the guy like Max Christie. I think every single person on the Lakers next year will know their role and be very comfortable in their role because they're not going to be asked to do much. They're going to be asked to take care of business, and he's going to get them involved and get them looks early on. That's going to help the team out. And I think that's all you can do as a coach. Obviously, you can't play. As much as we like to criticize coaches these days, all the coach can do is put their guys in positions to succeed. And I think Redick, as a former player, like I said, a former off-ball player who understands what it's like to not be the number one focus of a coach on an offense, I think he's going to do a phenomenal job of getting his guys involved, better than people think he's going to do.
We are talking to sports media and radio personality Sonny Carton, the son of Craig Carton. Well, we love first of all, your take on Bronny James was very impressive. I'm very shocked that you feel that Bronny James is a good player. And listen, if Bronny James turns into even half the player that some people think he might not be, he's in a good place with the Lakers. My thought right now with the Lakers is not the fact that Bron is really pushing the wave. He wanted JJ Redick, he got JJ Redick. He wanted Bronny, he got Bronny. So he's getting what he wants. The problem right now, I think, where the Lakers are, is they don't have a future. You're gonna believe in Reeves, you're gonna believe in Bronny, or you're gonna believe in any one of these guys that they drafted. Where do they go in the future? If Anthony Davis is going to eventually be washed up, I don't know if his size is going to take over for him. I mean, most of these big guys, when they hit that 31, 32 mark, their knees go, their Achilles go, they have foot problems, they have turf toe, whatever the hell they have on the basketball court. They're a shell of themselves. And then you look at LeBron James. He's 40 years old. He'll be 41 at the end of this coming year. So where do they go? Where is their future? That's where I worry about the Lakers. And you can say whatever you want. Anybody, the Lakers get the best players. They haven't gotten the best players. They haven't. Go look at the last 5 years. Nobody wants to go to the Lakers anymore. Why? It's not because of LeBron James. The organization is not the same organization run by Dr. Buss. It's Jeannie Buss. And I'm not saying Jeannie Buss is a shell of what her father is. She's just not her father. Nobody wants to really go and play for her. So what are your thoughts to that?
I think JJ Redick kind of alluded to it in his press conference, and it was something that I heard that made me have optimism for the Lakers. But the goal for them has to be establishing, and he might not be the guy, but their plan has to be establishing JJ Redick and Pelinka if he's still there after LeBron, which I have a feeling he's not going to be. But assuming he is still there, you have to get JJ Redick to convince the organization and the rest of the league that he's the coach to lead them. When I think of the Lakers, that's why I think the name Dan Hurley was such an interesting one, because when you're a franchise like the Lakers, once again, it hasn't been like this, and I could say the same thing for the Knicks, but you should be one of the staple organizations of the league. In a market like that, in a city like that, with the fan base, and as much as they're talked about, they have to be seen as a destination where there's continuity, where not everything's changing year to year. So I think for them, even perhaps more than winning a championship, the goal for them is to solidify JJ Redick as a coach who's going to be able to put things together, have prospects come in, develop young talent, as he mentioned in the press conference. So I think for them, the future is showing, listen, LeBron's gone, LeBron's retired. Bronny James, whatever he turns into, he's not going to lead our franchise. Like you said, Anthony Davis, by that point, he's not going to lead our franchise. But if the Lakers can be seen as a serious, legitimate organization that isn't firing their third coach in 3 years, which they've done with the past two, if he can show that he has some credibility and some, I guess, sustainability to be able to put a team out there that competes hard, plays for their coach, I think that's the goal for them, because as much as I agree, not everyone's gone to the Lakers, not everyone's gone to the Knicks, but it's still undeniable that every kid that's still born to this day grows up seeing the Knicks, seeing the Lakers, seeing the purple and gold as a place that they would like to join, a legacy of all-time greats that LeBron followed in those same steps. So I think, once again, it's not about winning and three-peating for them. It's just about developing a culture that you can be respecting of, and where young guys think to themselves, okay, I'm on my second contract, or maybe I'm on my third contract, and I haven't been given, whether it's been playing time or lineup functionality, whatever it may be. I think I can go to the Lakers, and that can be a spot where, almost like the Knicks have done for iHeart, and the Knicks did for Obi Toppin, and the Knicks did for RJ and Quickly, a spot where you can come in, don't even have to win, but you can come here and play well enough to further your career, whether that's with us or with another team. So even though a Laker fan listening to me say that probably says, shut the hell up, I don't want my team to be that, like we're trying to win championships, I do think at the end of the day, you have to develop a team that has some sustainability and isn't just switching things year to year like they have in the past 3 years.
So obviously your dad works for Fox Sports, that deals with a lot of the NFL and the NFC games in particular, a lot of the drama in the NFC East this season, starting with the New York Giants, Saquon Barkley saga, Daniel Jones saga. Oh, this is the last year he's going to be there. And now they're on Hard Knocks with angry coach and Brian Dable. What are your thoughts to the whirlwind that has been the Giants offseason?
Man, I can't, first off, I can't believe Saquon left. That to me is, if I was a Giants fan, I would never, that's one of those moves that you just think there's no way that ever gets made. I think the Giants screwed themselves. I think, as been talked a lot, that playoff win probably ended up hurting them more than they thought in the time. Danny Jones, who played a good game. He wasn't the best passing the ball, but he controlled that game and dominated Minnesota. So I think him doing that ended up probably not being as good for the franchise, because now they're in a spot where they owed him all this money. Like you said, this hopefully is his last year. But I like the moves they've made. The one thing you can't say if you're a Giants fan, you can't say they haven't been aggressive. You go out and you make trades to bring pass rushers in. You have top picks and get Thibodeau. Like, the Giants have made moves, and I think from a Giants fan perspective, that's all you can really ask for outside of the on-field production. So I think they're going to be a team this year that is more competitive than some think because of their defense and their front line, which is a top 5 in football. But, man, I mean, it's time to be a Jets fan in New York. Are you guys Giants fans or Jets fans?
I'm a Giant fan.
I'm a Jets
Giants?
fan.
Okay. So we got 2 versus 1 here. But no, listen, I think the Giants have talent, and clearly you're expecting an improved season from Hyatt. And hopefully your new stud receiver can put up some numbers. I mean, because it's interesting. Throughout the years, they haven't thrown the ball at all. Like, 0. No shots downfield. If you saw Jalen Hyatt 30-yard pass, you were ecstatic as a Giants fan. So I think trying to move the ball downfield is going to be a big thing for them. But the NFC East, I mean, the Eagles are obviously sitting at the top, but I don't see a reason why the Giants can't be fighting for a wild card spot.
Very interesting. And by the way, Sonny, I'm overbeared, okay? Because my executive producer, he's a Giant fan. My Sports Minute guy, he's a Giant fan. Speedy is a Giant fan. I'm the only Jet fan here. And to get to the Jets, I my head wants to explode, okay? Because I expect it to be a good season. I do. I think everything that they have done, Hassan Reddick, everything that they've done this offseason makes a lot of sense. The only thing that doesn't make sense is, where is this team going to go if they lose Aaron Rodgers? They brought in Tyrod Taylor. That's great. It's better than Zach Wilson. There's no question that it is. I mean, Zach just got engaged. Congratulations to Zach. Hopefully he stays away from football. I mean, he's got a hot girlfriend or a hot fiance. She's something to look at. But as far as a trophy, he's not going to be hoisting any Super Bowl trophy. He'll probably hoist his girl, but that's about it. Speedy, you like that, right?
No, but it is a big letdown for all the 40-year-old
Would you rather
women
hoist
in
a man?
Denver.
Would you rather hoist something else?
I would rather not hoist anything, but
Okay,
I will
I'm
say
just
it is a big loss for all the 40-year-old women in Denver.
Well, I don't know about that. They got Bo Nix. I mean, he's a sexy guy, right? Speedy, you like him? You're attracted.
Nothing to do with me. I'm not a Broncos fan.
I'm just asking. You think he's attractive, right?
That's no bearing.
I'm just asking you. You find him attractive?
I don't care. I'm like a frat
boy. Okay, I do sound like a frat boy. But anyway, to get back to the Jets, I mean, it would worry me with the New York Jets because they have all their eggs in one basket with Aaron Rodgers. This has been a problem for this organization. How many quarterbacks have we had over the last, I would say, 20 years? As an organization that has a coach that's on the hot seat, I don't care about Robert Saleh. I think Robert Saleh can take his receipts, take his tickets, and shove it where the sun doesn't shine. He's done nothing for this organization, and he doesn't know how to coach the offensive side of the ball. He needs to prove this year that he can do it. What are your thoughts? What does Robert Saleh need to do to prove to every Jet fan he's a good coach?
Well, first of all, the thing with Saleh that sucks is that he's such a good guy. By all accounts, he's a great dude, and that definitely makes it harder because you see him in interviews, you see him in speeches, and he comes across as just a good dude that works his tail off and at least tries his best. But as we know in pro sports, trying doesn't get you very far. You have to actually do. So I think for them, all this all gas, no brakes, all this stuff that he's been talking about, like I said, I love it. I think he's a great guy. But the Jets just have to show up. And the number one thing for me is, as I've gone through the schedule, and I think all Jets fans can say the same thing, that you go through the schedule in past years and you look at a team like, say, the Patriots with Brady or any of these other teams that have been consistent throughout the years, and you automatically, whether subconsciously, consciously, whatever you want to say, you mark that game down as a loss. Like automatically, if a team has a good quarterback and a good defense, you can just pencil it in as a loss for the Jets. So I think the biggest thing that I have to see from them this year is you go in and you win a game against a team that you shouldn't beat. You go and you beat a team that is a tough game. You don't just pencil it up as a loss. And I think for me, that'll be the biggest thing that I have to see. And to answer your question going back, I think there's two problems with the Aaron Rodgers situation. And like you said, we have all of our eggs in a basket so far as to have the offensive coordinator that he wants to have. So it's not like we have any that's like, if he's gone, assuming Saleh and Hackett are both gone, you're looking at a fresh restart. That being said, we have so much young talent on this roster that I think it puts us in a dangerous spot where we could be in a situation where we have all the tools that we had this season, but we're just missing the quarterback. So I think if Rodgers does leave, we're going to be the most attractive destination for a young quarterback that might not have worked out in his first spot, or a young guy who maybe we'd be able to draft in the second or third round. But we could quickly find ourselves stuck in mediocrity without Rodgers with this Jets roster, because you have the talent at the skill positions. You have the best defense in football by all accounts. And listen, we should see a team that goes 13-4 this year. That's the number I'm looking at. 13-4.
Just so you know, I picked the Jets to win 12 or 13 games. So everything that you've said, we've agreed to. So everything, even with the Knicks, the Bronny James thing is a little off. Even the Giants, we agree to everything. Even though I think Daniel Jones is a good quarterback, I do. I just don't think the Giants have given him enough weapons to really succeed. But that's just
I think that's also fair. That's a very fair take. I mean, like I said also, that they tried making moves. Like Evan Ingram, you bring that guy in, he should have been a better player. Like there's so many guys that they brought in that should have been better than they seem to be. And especially a guy like Darren Waller. Like you go out and make a move for a Darren Waller. That should have been a better move than it ended up being on paper. So I think like you got to give them credit. At least they're trying something.
So staying in the NFC East, the Dallas Cowboys, another team that's had an eventful offseason. They've got to pay 3 different guys.
I'm watching the Netflix, the Cowgirls or whatever the hell. It's actually a pretty good show. I mean, it's something to look at. I mean, seriously. I'll tell you, they're rough on those girls. They're really, really rough on those girls. So, Speedy, you should watch it. I think you'd get off on
watch
it.
them.
I think you'd get
So
off
I am
on it.
not. If I did that, I would have became a Cowboys fan.
So who has more pressure on them, Robert Saleh or a girl trying to make the Cowboys cheerleading team?
Why does Robert Saleh have any pressure? He's making millions and millions of dollars. He has Aaron Rodgers as a coach. And even if he gets fired, he's still rich. So what does he have anything to worry about? I think he's pretty happy. And he'll be a defensive coordinator. He'll go back to San Francisco and become the defensive coordinator for Kyle Shanahan once again. So I don't think somebody like Robert Saleh has anything to worry about. Maybe he should have Nathaniel Hackett clean his ass. What do you think, Speedy?
That was up to Nathaniel Hackett.
I mean, he does it to Aaron Rodgers. I mean, how many times if Aaron tells him to shave his ass, he'd probably do that too.
I wouldn't rule it out. I just hope Nathaniel Hackett's decision has nothing to do with me. But going back to the go ahead.
No, go ahead, Speedy. What's up?
No, I was just going to go back to the Cowboys. They're obviously 3 big-name players that they have to pay. I think somebody on Fox Sports was saying that Dak Prescott should make over $60 million a year for sure.
He will.
CeeDee Lamb as well, holding out now out of camp. And then Micah Parsons said, I'm going to be traded to the Steelers if you don't pay me, Dallas. What are your thoughts on all 3 signings? Who would you pay if you were Jerry Jones at his great mind?
In order.
Well, if you think Dak is your quarterback, then I think it's impossible to argue anything other than him getting paid first. If he's your guy, and it seems like all indications point towards that, not that I agree, but you have to pay the quarterback first. It's just how the league works. It's how it is. And you want to pay him before – because, listen, the wide receiver market, it's already trashed. Like, the numbers are already so astronomically high. You already missed your call on getting CD for a good deal. Same with the pass rushers. The pass rushers market as well. I think right now is the time for the quarterback market where – it's almost, obviously, don't get me wrong, those numbers are astronomically high as well, but that's at a point where you can get Dak for a deal that 3-4 years from now, as I don't know if you guys saw the article came out, they're thinking of revamping the quarterback salary cap system. I think getting Dak now, that contract could look way better than it looks now 3 or 4 years from now. So I think that has to be the first guy you lock up. And then I personally believe that Micah Parsons is such a game-changing player that that's who I would go with second. Wow. And then CD last. And the only reason I say CD last is because I think over any position in football, wide receiver right now is so saturated with talent. And you look at a team like the Chiefs, which is the most obvious example, and no, Dak isn't Mahomes, but they don't need wide receiver ones. There's not a receiver on the Chiefs roster other than maybe Rashee Rice that would be a top 3 receiver on any other team in the league. So I think when you look at it from a need perspective, it has to be Dak that you sign next. And then I think the funniest part about the Cowboys that they share a division with the Eagles is that you literally couldn't draw up 2 more differing approaches to team building than the Cowboys and the Eagles have done so far. Somehow, Howie Roseman, it seems like he's doing some witchcraft where every single good young player on the roster is already signed for 3-4 more years, starting with the quarterback position, both wide receivers, Saquon Barkley. Like, the Eagles are literally the picture-perfect franchise when it comes to securing young talent, while the Cowboys couldn't be a more polar opposite of the exact same thing, that they can't retain their talent. And when they do, it seems to be too late. That they had so many chances to sign CeeDee Lamb, and they wait till every other guy signs a massive deal. And you're seeing the same thing with Ayuk right now, where if you have a chance to sign your stud wide receiver, go sign him. What are you waiting for?
Did we lose him? Sonny will have to get back in. Unfortunately, we lost Sonny. It was getting good. It was getting good. So Sonny just come in and come back out, where we apologize to the fans. He actually gave a good take. I do agree with him, especially with the Cowboys and the situation that they're in. But I disagree. I think CeeDee Lamb would be the first guy. And again, what do we have over here? NFC East winner. Hasn't been repeated winner in a very long time. Will it be the first time this season? That's a good question. That's a really, really good question.
I don't think the Cowboys are winning the NFC East.
No, I don't. I think it's going to be the Eagles. As long as the Eagles stay healthy, I could see the Eagles doing that. But Sonny's been great. He really is. Great takes. I'm very shocked. Very good. And I thought every single one of his takes were really, really, on point, except the Giants thing. I expect, especially there he is. There's Sonny. There you are.
Sorry about that.
That's all right, man. Hey, listen, man, you're hanging out at Shell. I see it. You're at Shell gas station.
No.
I'm not a big fan of Shell, okay?
Yeah, they jacked the prices up here. But no, like I was saying, I mean, if you have a chance to sign guys that like if you asked Jerry Jones 2 years ago, will CeeDee Lamb be on this roster? 100% he would tell you yes. You ask him the same question with Dak, 100% he'd tell you yes. So if the answers to those questions are both yeses, why wouldn't you sign a guy when you have a chance to 2 years ago? That has never made sense to me.
Nothing makes sense to me when it comes to the Cowboys. Okay, that's why we call them the Cowgirls, and we have a lot of Cowboy fans that listen to the show, and they have their own thoughts to the Cowboys. But there's one team that I think really sticks out this coming season. That's the Lions. I think Detroit is very, very dangerous. I think Jared Goff getting that extension, the players that they have, St. Brown got a big contract. I think they have that. Laporta, I think, is the best young tight end in football. I think he's going to really take over the league. I don't think this team has any weaknesses. Where do you see the Lions this year?
Now, my biggest problem with the Lions, and you see this a lot in sports, is I don't think any of us right now could have drawn up a better chance for them to win a Super Bowl than they did last season. Blowing that lead to the Niners with the Chiefs, obviously they won the Super Bowl, so great team, but with Patty having an off year, a lot of drops in their receiving core, that team looked very beatable from a head-to-head standpoint. And when you have a regular season that goes by all accounts above and beyond what you expected, at least from a national perspective, no one expected the Lions to be that good. My biggest worry with them is, can you do it again? Was that your best chance? So I think on paper, they should be one of the best teams in the league for sure. And growth in the NFL, a lot of times you'd like it to be a nice little graph that slowly goes up. But for them, I'm not sure if the cards will fall in the same manner we saw them fall this past season. They had a lot of close wins, a lot of games that could have gone either way. And I think, listen, as you mentioned, they have every piece in place, from the head coach to the last guy on the bench. They support each other. It doesn't seem like anyone cares who scores, who gets the ball. I've seen no complaints out of them in terms of sharing the rock, guys not getting enough love. Really, it seems like a picture-perfect team, so I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that they're going to struggle or miss the playoffs. Just in terms of a team looking to win the wild card, the Super Bowl, looking at the highlights right there, the wild card, a team looking to win the Super Bowl, I don't see if any team had a better chance of winning a ring than they did last year.
I have to ask you this question because you're a Jet fan. I know everybody thinks it's the Dolphins and the Jets to lose the AFC East. What do you think Buffalo is going to be this year? I mean, Josh Allen is going to be dependent on a lot this year, and their secondary, they lost their whole secondary in the offseason. And who's their wide receiver? Who's their number one wide receiver? They don't have one. So, and then they decide to give Worthy to the Kansas City Chiefs. It doesn't make any sense.
Dude, I'm probably the wrong guy to ask for Buffalo because I think that they are so overrated. And as the conversation between Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and Mahomes has kicked off over these past few years, I've been the first guy. I'll be the first to admit, more than I should have, I've been pessimistic on Josh Allen, and I don't think he's the guy that people have been said he is. Obviously, no joke, he has the arm talent, he has the frame, he can run over pretty much any linebacker in the league. He's an exciting player to watch, but I've never thought he was in the same echelon of a true top quarterback. And obviously, people call me delusional, and like I said, I probably go a little further than I should on that take, but I don't think Buffalo has any chance this season. I think, similar to the Lions, their best chances are behind them. If I were them, I would trade Josh Allen and see what kind of haul you could get for him, because they have no chance of succeeding with the roster around him right now. And let me be clear, they're never going to trade him, obviously. I'm not saying that from a realistic perspective, but I think their best chance for the next 5 years, get rid of Allen, get rid of any players you have now, and start the rebuild now, because nothing's worse than seeing a team win 8 games, and like the Jets have, I mean, a good season for us for the past decade, but winning 8 games, missing the playoffs with a star quarterback, I mean, that's just the worst fate to be. So I'd get rid of Josh Allen. The Bills have no chance this year. They'll finish ahead of the Patriots. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but they will be the third best team in the AFC East, 100%.
Yeah, I was actually going to say with the AFC to go to the Dolphins because I saw something that your father was saying that they can't pay Tua unless they re-extend Tyreek Hill. And Tyreek Hill was saying, "Oh, I want more money in this."
Your father's takes are very interesting. That's
they're the most interesting.
Yes, definitely interesting.
So, what are your thoughts? Should they pay Tua for one? There's a lot of controversy with that, and then Tyreek Hill getting paid again when he says he might want to retire in 2 years. Like, is that something you're going to really trust with him?
I mean, I think Tyreek is phenomenal. I think if he asks for money, I mean, not more money, but if he asks for the going rate, I do think you still provide it to him. He can do things on the field in terms of spreading out your offense for other guys. It's less about what he does with the ball in his hands, but how he opens up the field for guys like Waddle on the other side of the field, guys like Braxton Berrios in the past few years. I think when you open the field with a guy like that, I mean, you can do dangerous things when you put a creative mind like McDaniel behind the offense. I think when it comes to Tua, I think he's one of the quintessential quarterbacks of he'll make almost every throw that he should make. It's the throws that he shouldn't make, the off-script plays that have hurt him over the years. I mean, that's a guy who started out in his career not being able to stay on the field because he didn't get down when he left the pocket. He tried to create the extra plays, and he doesn't have the frame of Josh Allen, so he can't take those hits. He can't extend plays like that. So I think the Dolphins, I mean, listen, it all comes down to the fact that only one team can win the Super Bowl. And as of today, my favorite saying in all of sports, it's not really a saying, more of a perspective. In any sport, you can't get rid of a guy unless you think you can replace him with someone better. And that's my standpoint on Tua. If you don't think you can put someone better in the position this year for week 1, then you have to pay him and you have to start him because there's no reason in getting rid of a guy just to get worse. And I think as of right now, he's their best option. He knows the system. It seems like the guys like him. So I would pay him. I wouldn't want to pay him the number that he's going to ask for. So I think you have to be realistic with him from the standpoint of, listen, we're not making you the highest paid quarterback in football. It's just not happening. But if you want to raise or from what you're making now, which is already a shit ton of money, excuse my language.
That's fine.
That's like, what are we doing? You don't deserve to be the highest paid quarterback in football. So we're not going to make you the highest paid quarterback in football.
My last question for you. I know you're pretty busy. You're driving and you just played a round of golf. I'm sure you're very, very tired. And
nah, I'm good. I'm young still.
You are young. There's no doubt about that. But I mean, who do you think would win in a dancing contest? You or Speedy?
100% me.
Really? I think Speedy.
100% me.
Really? This is interesting.
Well, are we talking? All right, let me be clear. Are we talking at a night out with a few drinks in me where I'm feeling loose, or are we talking like headquarters of your guys' podcast on the floor in my shoes? What are we talking about here?
Well, don't talk about loose because Speedy would probably think differently. I mean, Speedy gets loose in every different way. I mean, he's got these Rocket kicks that'll just scare the hell out of you. I mean, he should join the Rockettes. What do you think, Speedy? Christmas?
I would have done it already.
Well,
if I thought I wanted to.
I mean, seriously,
I would have done it already.
Fish, why don't we show him a little bit of, a little bit of Speedy over here? A little.
It's not worth it.
It is worth it. I think
not
this
worth
is great.
it. I agree.
It's worth it. You have to show it now.
I think
you have to show it now.
Speedy is a very interesting guy, and I could see him on the Wizard of Oz. I mean, he'd be perfect for the Wizard of Oz. I mean, what who do you think he'd look good as? Dorothy? Dorothy? No, how about the Wicked Witch? What do you think?
Nah, I think he's destined for bigger roles than that. We can't do him dirty like that. He's destined for bigger roles.
I think the Wicked Witch. I show him the Wicked Witch one. Just show him that one. I think that's pretty good.
Random sexual thing.
That's nothing to do with the Wicked Witch, but okay.
What the hell is that? I mean, the Rockettes. That's something. But we kind of put his face on a very nice picture, and I think Speedy actually lost the bet and had to dress up as a woman, and it was fantastic. He looked so great, Speedy, and. How did you feel when you dressed up like humiliated? All right, Fish, show him all. Here we go.
Oh boy, that's Photoshop.
There's no place like home for Speedy. Oh, that's for sure.
That's Photoshop. Did he have the heels on too?
Oh, he does. Look at that. Where's Glinda?
Nah. Wow. He wasn't wearing those shoes. There's no way.
No, he wasn't.
No, I wasn't.
But everything else he was
all
wearing.
right. Wow.
Boy.
I mean, listen, that's a good look. I'm coming from
looks...
Miami. That would fit right in down there.
I think he needs to have a male bun, a man bun right there. I mean, that would look good. Red man bun, that would be perfect for Speedy. And you have a sausage in your hand, right, Speedy?
I don't know.
I'm just saying.
What was the bet? Fantasy football last?
No,
play?
it was Chargers. Whoever they were playing, I forget. It was 2017, the first year I was with the network. I bet one of our third and long was our previous show with one of his co-hosts, Matt, and I was betting on the Chargers against whoever they were playing, and I lost, so I had to do that. And I was right. And this is when the Chargers, they got hot at the end of the season. Everyone thought they were going to miss the playoffs. I was right about them missing the playoffs.
I lost the bet with 20 seconds left. Jimmy Garoppolo went to Oakland.
You
I
bet
had
on a 2-13 Bears
I had
team
to
or whatever it
wear
was. That was
a Tom
different.
Brady jersey on the show, okay? And I am a Jet fan. I can't stand Tom Brady. So that was horrible. That was a horrible situation, and people took pictures of it. It was just made me sick to my stomach. So, yeah, it's
he bet on a Bears team in like Mitch Trubisky's rookie year where they were horrible.
I think it's funny because I think I'm one of the few Jets fans that doesn't hate Tom Brady. I understand why, and maybe it's because in the years where he was really dominating us, I was a little younger. But at this point, people have said it all the time, but it's not even a rivalry. Like, they were so much better than us. I hate to admit it, but I don't even hate Tom, so that's not the worst thing for me. But a guy like yourself that's seen him, what he's done to our franchise and the rest of the league, that's a pretty good thing to lose on a bet.
Well, Sonny, we really appreciate the time as always. Sonny, you were fantastic. I really have to say you're a great call and a great interview. Let's talk. Love to get you on the show again very, very soon.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys for having me. Let me know once basketball season starts up again, football. Love to come back on to do a little mid-season or quarter season, whatever it may be. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Absolutely. Sonny Carton, Craig Carton's son. Fantastic. Great personality. I'm very impressed. I was very impressed with the interview. His takes, everything. The Jets, the Giants, everything. You know what's so great about watching and getting to learn about somebody is their knowledge in sports and their personality, how they bring their personality out. And Sonny just showed us that he has a personality, and he knows he has his range in sports. So very, very impressed. Thank you to Sonny Carton. We'll be in touch on social media as well. Sonny, follow me at ERROLMARKS34. We'll definitely talk. He is fan, and I'll follow you. Fantastic. Really, really, really great call. Anyways, when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know where he went, but he is one of the best handicappers out there. There is no question that he is. What was he in the last 2 weeks when it comes to handicapping for the CFL? I think he's like 6-1 or something like that.
Canadian football stud.
He is. When we come back, we're going to have Wes here on the Sports Loudmouth. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
That's right. We know the time. I am Tommy Scoops, bringing you all the Loudmouth Sports Minute. Jumping straight into it right now over in the NBA. The Clippers are interested in bringing in free agent forward Miles Bridges. Bridges, who is a free agent, could possibly head to Los Angeles as they are expected to be aggressive. The Warriors are expected to be a top team to land forward Lauri Markkanen after losing veteran guard Klay Thompson yesterday and signing forward Kyle Anderson a little while ago. Golden State is expected to be all in for Markkanen. Lastly, over in the WNBA, Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese have just been named to the WNBA All-Star teams. The first time since 2014 that two rookies are All-Stars in the same season. Heading over into Scoops and Scores right now in MLB, Cincinnati has a 5-4 lead over the Yankees in the top of the ninth, while Toronto has a 7-6 lead over Houston at the bottom of the eighth. San Francisco with a 4-2 lead over Atlanta at going into the bottom of the eighth inning right now, with Minnesota having a 4-3 lead over Detroit at the top of the eighth. Philadelphia with a 5-1 lead over the Cubs at the bottom of the sixth inning, with Texas having a 6-0 lead over San Diego going into the bottom, with Colorado having a 2-1 lead over Milwaukee at the top of the fourth, and Los Angeles Anaheim is having a 0-0 lead with the Oakland at top of the first. That's only all the time I have for you guys right now. Kicking it back to the boys for their next segment on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
I'm not licking anyone who wants to go burn a bush in a crab. It's gross. Willy Whoppers, Speedy! Willy Whoppers! Shave the S, Speedy. Shave the S. Not work.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth, every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listing for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Sonny Carton, he was fantastic. He really was. And thank you to Tim Ryder. He was great. So two great guests. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to have a show on Thursday. We're no show. It's happy 4th of July. And tomorrow we were going to do a show, but we're actually just going to do one show this week, and we'll be back for 2 shows next week. So shout out to all the fans. I know everybody expects us to do 2 shows this week, but it's the holidays and everybody's got something to do. So we are not going to do a show tomorrow. We're going to finish up the show. We probably have about another hour to the show, and very happy. We're going to get Fish involved, Tommy involved. And again, a lot to get into. We're still waiting for Wes. Wes is...
Yeah, he just texted me. His computer is rebooting at the moment.
Okay, so we'll wait for Wes. And I do want to get into this other story because 16 former college basketball players have sued the NCAA for unauthorized use of name, images, likeness in this year's March Madness promos. All Power 5 conferences, the Big East, and Turner Sports all took the NCAA's side as defendants during the case. The lawsuit accused the NCAA to restrain of trades, a group boycott, and refusal to the deal. Members of 1983's NC State championship team also sued the NCAA for use of their highlights during the NC State's Final Four run. Following the antitrust lawsuit against the NCAA back in May, they already have to pay a combined $2.7 billion to former students and athletes. So very interesting. And who was trying to call the show?
A landline. So
it was a landline.
I don't know. If you're trying to call the show, call back. If it's just a company, please.
All right, but I want to get into this because it's so very interesting. And the NCAA, I'm not surprised they're getting sued. And obviously, there's going to be more of these starting to peak. And the problem is, with everything that's going on in the NCAA, the players starting to make money, and there's so many different rules and electives for these players with March Madness, and even the NCAA tournament that's coming out next year, not the March Madness tournament, the NCAA, what do they call that? The tournament of 12.
Playoff.
Yeah, the tournament of 12. It's going to change everything for college football, and it's going to open up avenues for more money and more revenue. And now with everything going on, with obviously players getting paid, and obviously with the Big East and Turner Sports, with the defendants and all of the cases, there's a lot of restraint with everything that's going on with the NCAA and how it's not going to work with the NCAA and where the NCAA is going with these restraints. The problem here right now, and likeliness, there's going to be more suing and more problems for the NCAA, is because of all these different things that these players, these teams are going to sue them for. There's a lot of money to be made. And Speedy, you know all about this. Mm-hmm. When there's money to be made, teams and organizations are going to try to make it. Yeah. And now with this and this story coming out, there's more money to be made, and there's going to be a lot of problems for the NCAA because this is not the one thing that's going to come out. There's going to be a lot more.
Yeah, there's a lot more if you're going all the way back to 1983. That's the Jim Valvano championship team with NC State. I think they were a 6 seed Wolfpack that ended up winning the national championships. You're going all the way back to those guys saying that we need benefits on these highlights, and a lot of these guys are not even needing
just
the money.
Think they're suing for highlights,
right?
So if they're suing for highlights, what's the next thing they're going to sue for?
Right. And these are guys that are probably in their 60s at this point in their lives, and they probably don't need the money unless, again, they went broke. I'm not going to say every story is going to be like that, but like, you're having players going back all the way. And we talk about it all the time with the NCAA. It's not just the bigger name sports. They govern, Power 5 schools are governing 50 different sports. So you're talking about these other highlights that could be used in the future as well. And you deal with it, especially more with the digital media age. You got the Olympics coming up. Who says they wouldn't be showing college highlights of other things that are going on right now? So there's so many different realms this could go after. The NCAA, it's already in a lot of trouble with antitrust as it is. Good luck.
And then it's all about making money on the names. And these players for years should have been making money on their names. And the NCAA finding ways that it could work and how it's going to work in the future is where the NCAA has to figure out there's got to be a wall. There's got to be a way that it's going to work for all these sponsors and obviously advertisers that are going to invest into these players. Now you're looking at these different players that are willing to sue, that they're not going to be the only players. They're going to see this suing. Somehow the NCAA is going to negotiate this deal. They're going to find a way to pay these guys off and pay whoever's crying about this. But what's going to happen in the future? Where is the money going to come when it comes down to the situation as a whole? And the NCAA, they're making millions. They're making billions of dollars, and they're going to get sued for billions just as much as they're going to make.
And again, there's going to be more cases of it as well, because there's going to be always things covered up. And we were talking about it when Jeff was arguing.
Everything is being covered.
We were like, you were arguing with Jeff when we were talking about the initial payment lawsuit that went through in May. Like, there's always still going to be stuff covered up anyway. And there's going to be plenty of those types of cases in every school, every athletic program as it is. And that's the problem that I think a lot of these things are going to bring out. It's not just championship teams too that are going to be used for the highlights. This could be individual scoring performances. A guy has 60 points in a tournament game and a loss. They might show that kind of thing. Or a hockey game. Maybe a guy gets a hat trick in a championship game and they still lose 5-4. Like, those kinds of things are still going to happen, and those highlights are still going to be shown. So there's a rabbit hole that this is going to go down.
And I want to bring Fish in, because Fish, I'd like to know your opinion towards this. I mean, obviously you're a coach. Unmute yourself. There you go. Your thoughts to this story. I mean, this is a story that you brought up to our attention. Where do you see this working, and how does this affect the NCAA now with players making the money off their own names?
It's just the right thing. You know, we always talk about some of our callers, especially the ones that I've been monitoring the comments of all night. Some of them have been wondering why we haven't been posting. Some of the comments aren't very good, but they have always been very free speech, our listeners. And they like to express that, especially when we're talking about things with people getting their money. And I have to agree with them here. There's so many athletes over the years that have been taken advantage of. Now, they're going as far back as the NC State Wolfpack. I forget the exact nicknames, like the Cardiac Crew or something like that. They won the last second famous shot. Jim Valvano, the famous Jimmy V, who unfortunately passed years later from cancer, that started that great V Foundation. That's still, really one of the biggest cancer foundations in the country. So when I think of that, I don't know if that guy would have gotten as famous if they didn't use those rights and then create all this great change. So I always want to talk to the free speech people. You know, maybe you should find a deal to use those videos, but not to not show videos of people, not to not use those rights. We show lots of highlights all the time. The show wouldn't be nearly as good if we weren't watching some of those highlights. As an athlete, you want to get paid for what you did, and they're absolutely right in doing that. How does that change the game? Well, you got to pay people for what they're worth. And it's going to become more of a capitalist system. And I think over time, you're going to see the bigger schools that have more resources have more of the athletes, and there's going to be a greater parity between the smaller schools and the bigger schools. And it's only just going to be about the power schools, once, like it always was. But, after a short period of time of moving back towards those mid-majors, especially in basketball, I think it's going to go back the other way now.
There's a lot of money, and a lot of these players are going to start to open up Pandora's box. And I think a lot of people are going to sue the NCAA because of this. This is not going to be the first thing you're going to hear. They're going to find many different reasons to sue the NCAA, because the NCAA is trying to find ways to make money themselves. And now the players and ex-players are trying to find ways where they can benefit off, everything that's happening in the future, highlights and all this other stuff, and making money on their own names is just the pinnacle of what could happen in the future. So very, very interesting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, he is back. As we do this every single week, we call this segment Let's Parlay. And tonight, it's just Wes.
Time for Let's Parlay.
All right, ladies and I almost said lazy and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Wes here. He's one of the better handicappers, and he knows his stuff, especially if you're a CFL fan. This guy has been nailing the CFL. Last year, I think he was almost 70% right throughout his picks last year. I think this year he could even be higher. So are you ready, Wes?
Yeah, I'm ready. And last year we hit 70% somewhere around week 7 and stayed there until week 8. I think we closed out the season at 64%. Any professional handicapper will tell you 57% is where they're shooting to be with juice and everything else. We're coming off a 4-0 week in Canada, and PD's been tracking it. All of these plays have been here on this show. We're looking at an 11-5 season, which if you round the decimals up, that's a 69% to start the year. And it's been a weird one with marquee teams like Winnipeg haven't won a game yet. So I'm all Canada, and if you're not a CFL fan, I don't blame you. It's one of those things where you want to know names of players and everything else, but it is football. It is weird scores, 1-0. You'll see that. But I'm all Canada with my plays, and it's pretty easy to watch. Usually 2 out of the 4 games a week are on CBS Sports, and you can go on the CFL.ca app and just hit Canada Plus. All you have to do is enter your email address, and they never send you anything. Like, I'm almost disappointed they don't send me stuff because I want the updates. I buy the merch, and Errol, maybe they need you as their marketing agent because they have my data.
You want me to market them? I mean, I could be screaming at people, biting their heads off, and maybe bring some pickles on, big pickles for Speedy.
They never send spam. They never send me offers. They never send me jerseys. They never send me ticket updates. And it's like, I want that stuff. So
Speedy with the pickles. That's pretty good.
Wow, you're shilling the Portland pickle stuff just for that.
So I'll give my first play, which is the first play of the week. This is on the 4th of July. This is Saskatchewan playing against Toronto. Last year, I picked the Grey Cup winner, and I picked them in May, and they were plus 1,200, which was Montreal. They were off to a slower start. I picked Sask this year, and it was plus 1,800. They were like third from the bottom in terms of long odds or favorite. So they're off to a 3-0 start. Sask has Toronto. They're at home at Mosaic. As far as I'm concerned, that's the best stadium in all of the CFL. It just looks cool. It looks like a really modern European soccer stadium. I'm taking +3 Sask against Toronto. The interesting stat in this game is Sask is the best rush defense in the CFL to date for this season. They're holding teams to 32 yards a game, which is, that's unheard of in any league. They're going against Toronto, who is the highest rushing team in the league, averaging 136 rush yards a game. They got Kadeem Carey, and the problem I see with this game, why this mismatch, normally in a stat like that, you would err on the side of the team that is the best rushing team, even against the best rushing defense, just because they'll keep grinding it, they'll keep pushing it. Toronto is without their starting quarterback, Chad Kelly. There was a situation that went on, and you could see it. And Toronto on the road is not the same as Toronto at home. So I'm going to take 3 points, Sask. And I'm also going to dip a little bit into the money line here. The money line, it pays plus 140, but I like Sask in this one, and I believe they're coming off a bye.
All right, give us your second play. Now, everybody, if you don't know, he's going to give you 4 plays, 3 plays up front, and then a 4th for a parlay. You got a chance to win. This guy, I'm telling you, he's been hitting on all his picks. You guys want to win money, you have to listen to this segment every single week. But go ahead, Wes.
So this is a hard one because Winnipeg hasn't won a game yet this year. They're 0-4. I'm going to take points again. I'm taking Ottawa going into Winnipeg, and I'm going to take the +3. I'm looking at Winnipeg is only averaging 18 points a game. That is not a Blue Bomber stat. They're missing their top 2 wide receivers. One of them is on the 6-week IR, and really it's their only option is to run the ball. And so their offense is very predictable. Their defense doesn't even know that the season starts. And it's this collapse, this no-show through the first 4 seasons with Winnipeg. It is, you can compare it to if the Chiefs showed up 0-4 to start the season, or when the Patriots fell off of this mountaintop of dynasty. I mean, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are that good, but I see no reason on the field in their gameplay with some of the injuries to their offense that I would lay 3 points in this scenario. So I'm taking the 3 and I'm taking Ottawa because that's what I've seen on the field. For the Bombers, they've even gone trick plays with Strevler, and Strevler played some time in the NFL. He played a key role a few years ago when Winnipeg won the Grey Cup. He scrambles, he runs. They kind of got to pull him into the game because what Collaros can do with his arm is really not going to happen with their 2 top wide receivers not playing. Well, Latarski is not a number 1 receiver. He's number 3 or number 4. So I'm going to take the points here with Ottawa.
Jets legend Chris Streffler.
Right.
Legend. But
Jets preseason legend that every Jets fan was loving.
he was better than Zach Wilson. For the little bit of time we saw him on the field. Not really. I mean, Zach Wilson, his numbers aren't as bad as everybody made him out to be, but he's not an NFL quarterback. We'll see Zach Wilson in the CFL one way or another. Anyways,
the CFL is just different. The wide receivers, they move forward and back. So they're at full speed when the ball is snapped. It's a disadvantage for the defensive backs, and it creates different advantages for the quarterback because he can let that ball rip and the receivers are already at full speed.
All right. Give us your third pick, Wes.
I don't like laying a lot of points, but I don't see any world where this is a bad play. I'm laying 9.5 on Montreal. Calgary is terrible against the run. Montreal is holding teams to under 65 points total of offensive productivity this season through 4 games. That's less than 15 points a game, or it's actually a little bit over 15 points a game. That's a tremendous defensive team that they have. They have 12 turnovers. They've only allowed 5 offensive touchdowns through 4 weeks. Cody Fajardo, you could have had a debate last year who the best quarterback in the CFL was. At this point, there is no quarterback in the CFL better than Cody. He's taking care of the ball. He's efficient. I mean, he's just letting numbers fly. I think he's only got 2 interceptions this year to 8 touchdowns. This is just a loaded Montreal team. When they were on that run in the playoffs to the Grey Cup, I liked them to win that tournament. I did not think they were the best team in the CFL. And they came back this season, well coached, tremendous defense, just where they left off in the playoffs. 9.5 is a lot to lay, but this team doesn't let you score points, and they're putting up points. So I'm laying it on Montreal.
All right. And final pick, your parlay.
BC laying 5.5 points. They're going against Hamilton, and Bo Levi Mitchell is having a tremendous start. This is the Bo Levi Mitchell that got me into CFL. He was my first fanboy crush in the CFL years ago when he was winning Grey Cups in Calgary. But Bo Levi throws interceptions in bunches, and I think some interesting stats. BC is averaging 10 yards per completed pass. Imagine if that was in the NFL. They're also averaging 7.04 yards on first down. When an offense can administer that type of pressure on the opposing defense, mistakes happen. And when they're also able to push yardage like that, it can force a mistake-prone quarterback like Bo Levi Mitchell into some interceptions. And he's had a 3-interception game this year. He's had a 2-interception game this year. He's off to a great start. He's tied for the most passing TDs in the league, and I think he's second most in terms of yardage. But he's had to be in those situations because this defense just isn't good. Vernon Adams Jr., VA is just he's leading the league in yardage. You can't get him down. He's greasy. They really didn't miss a beat by losing one of their top receivers to a trade or to a free agency. I really like BC in general, but laying 5.5 feels like a gift just because they can absolutely put up the points, and I think that they'll get some extra opportunities. If you're a fantasy football player, if you're like a DraftKings type of player, and I do it every week, I'll throw $1 on a DraftKings for the chance to win $80 on CFL. Right now, I would take their defense. It's a bargain for the week. I think the most expensive defense in a fantasy situation on a DraftKings is Montreal, but I like BC here to force some mistakes.
Very, very interesting. Wes, I don't know. Are you busy right now?
I'm here, man.
All right, so let's bring in a fish because this is a story, and I know you're a Chicago Blackhawks fan. So I take out that Worldwide West Let's Parlay. The Associated Press reports that the NHL has reinstated 3 former Blackhawk employees that resigned following the investigation for former video coach Brad Aldridge sexual harassment players. These include assistant, I don't know how you pronounce this, Speedy, director Al Masiak, right? McIsaac, president of hockey operations Stan Bowman, and head coach Joel Coinville. Coinville, whatever his name is. None have had a job in the NHL since 2022. Despite Quinville's getting interviewed for coaching positions last season, Kyle Beach, the prospect that was a victim of harassment at that time, said there was no way that Quinville can deny knowledge of the incident. There are no head coaching positions available, but there is a belief that Quinville could get an assistant coaching job. There's a belief that Stan Bowman is the favorite to land the Oilers GM position after Ken Holland stepped down last week. This is it. This is a real interesting story, and I will say this. The fact that the NHL is allowing this, I don't think any of these guys should have jobs. Any of these guys have jobs for what happened. And the fact that listen, I don't know if Stan Bowman is related to Scotty Bowman, but he probably is. That's probably his son. Yes. And I know Scotty probably had his ear, he had the NHL's ear, Gary Bettman's ear with this, which anybody that knows Scotty Bowman is very well respected around the league. And he has a lot of, say in what's going on in the NHL and movement. The NHL over the last couple of years has changed a little bit with some of the new rules and the transition. But the fact that this story now all of a sudden has become a big story after the fact that the draft is over, after the fact that the NHL season's over, instead of getting into what's going to happen next, maybe some of the moves that has made, some of the big moves that has happened over the last couple of days. No, we're talking about this. We're talking about the Chicago Blackhawks and the sexual harassment that this poor kid was abused. And nobody stepped in to try to protect this kid. Nobody, not even the players. Shame on Patrick Kane. Shame on all the players that were there. Marian Hossa, everybody, all the leaders of this organization, Joe Quinville, all these guys. They should have stood up for this kid. This kid was pretty much pushed to the side and practically raped. And again, nobody should have a job. None of these guys should get a job back into the NHL for what has happened. The NHL has to drop the hammer on these guys. This should be more in space of what has happened over the last couple of years. And for the future, this is not the only sport. This is not the only team that this has happened to. This has happened in the minors. This has happened in the NCAA. As we all know what happened in Penn State. This has been going on for a long, long time. Somebody needs to step in and somebody needs to stand up for this kid.
And it's also happened in so many youth hockey leagues as well. We have the OHL, there was a whole scandal with the under 18 teams. There was the London Knights, that whole scandal with the sexual harassment to that players were sexually harassed. I think it was in Northern Canada during a tournament. The NHL just has a really bad premise on how to avoid covering this up, because we've seen different sports be very aggressive with the kind of things. You're right. It does happen in many different sports. I think MLB has been really aggressive when it comes to disciplining those guys very quickly, where these guys are gone for years. Like Jose Reyes, when it happened to him, he was suspended for almost a whole year. Then he was cut by the Rockies at that point. After that, the NHL has been really bad at this kind of thing with domestic violence and sexual abuse, with so many different players just covering it up in so many different ways. And this is the worst example of it, because we were talking about it with there were other prospects that came out even just a month ago speaking out about it. And so many more are going to testify against these guys. And the fact that he's the favorite for Stan Bowman is the favorite for the Oilers job is just ridiculous as it is. The Oilers got to the cup finally. They're finally building a well-rounded team outside of the goaltending. And now you're going to take a step back I know Ken Holland stepping down is unfortunate, but you're going to take a step back and changing everything.
So, the non-hockey piece of this, I'm not prepared to talk about that. I don't want to. There's just you tie in viewpoints and it's just there's no winning because everybody views things their own way. Purely hockey. You could argue that Stan Bowman was a better GM than his father Scotty. I mean, what he built in Chicago. Now there is an argument that that Foley built that team. I'm sorry, Dale Talon built that team, but what he put together in Chicago, and it wasn't the drafting of Kane and Taves. Those are the obvious ones. I mean, the guys like Antti Niemi, and then they won the 3 cups with 2 different goalies. Crawford wasn't even supposed to be the starter going into that 13 year. And I think Niemi was Hobby Bulin going into that season. So Bowman put together a tremendous roster. Quenneville is the second highest wins out of any coach in the history of hockey. So you can't overlook the things that took place, and people smarter than us are going to decide the accountability. From a hockey standpoint, there is no coach in the league better than Quenneville. And from a hockey standpoint, there is no GM in the league that is outright better than Bowman. Now, I think Bowman might be a little, past what worked back then, but Bowman, if I'm the Oilers, something's missing. Something's missing there. I would have told you it was Skinner going into the playoffs or going into the season, but it wasn't. That man played a really great playoff run in net. I don't know if they need to get tougher. I don't know what they need, but I mean, Bowman would be walking into a tremendous situation. This is Joe Paterno all over. So the interesting piece, I hate to use a word like interesting when something terrible like this took place, but the interesting piece is the side-by-side and how it was handled at Penn State with Joe Paterno and stripping wins. And there is a huge difference, in my opinion, and only in my opinion, somebody at Joe Paterno's age, things like that taking place, he probably has a trigger in his brain that says, I don't know what's happening, but I don't know he doesn't know what to do with it. Things like HR and what's right and wrong, the amount of time that man spent in that position, so much changed. These are not men of an age where you can claim their brain power and know-how has declined. Joe Quenneville was at the top of his game in terms of an X's and O's coach. So I don't know. It's a lot to unpack. Hockey is better when you get the best pieces in place. There has to be a penalty for it. If it's a death sentence, cool, then get them out of the league. If they've served their time, then they serve their time. Joel Quenneville as an assistant somewhere is a waste of time. It's a stupid decision to make him an assistant. And it's even worse for the coach that's in place. He's a better coach than any coach in the league. There's an argument that this Florida team being where it is, Quenneville had a hand in it.
Yeah. Snug also says, so Aroldis Chapman could shoot into a house with a gun towards his wife, and he gets to keep pitching, but those guys can't learn from their mistakes and be better. I'm not saying that MLB's never gotten anything wrong. I'm just saying they're better at like being more extreme in terms of just suspending guys for a whole year or 2 years for these kinds of things in comparison to hockey, which has covered up a lot more when it comes to these. Evander Kane, I think, had one. There was somebody on the Kings, I think, that had a charge, and they got away with it. Like, I think hockey has not handled it very well, kind of like the NFL doesn't handle domestic violence very well. MLB, I think, does better.
I think with the NHL, and I'm just purely speaking opinion, the NFL has players that come from the United States. Although it's pretty cool, the Chiefs went and got that European rugby player. I think that's going to be great. That's like an anti-Harbaugh weapon. But the NFL has players, and a good percentage that come from high crime parts of their cities. And there's just some growing up that takes place with NFL players. They're equipped to deal with this. When you look at the makeup of the NHL, and the NBA is moving in that direction too with these European players, but the NHL is so worldwide in terms of the talent pool, and different cultures grow up doing things differently. I'm not saying we're more violent here in America, but it's completely different backgrounds of people that you need to be prepared to manage and react to. And it's coming from all over the world in the NHL. And from a revenue standpoint, the NHL doesn't have the same resources as the NFL or the MLB or even the NBA. So they're going to have to get better at it. I mean, I remember Patrick Kane beat up a taxi guy, and there was a accusation of sexual assault, and I mean, there was a thing going on. Chicago fans would talk about how prolific of a sex abuser or a cab beater he was, and I'm not saying that was a good thing, but I mean, there was that joke. But he was on the ice and I believe won a Conn Smythe after all that happened.
Yeah, I think he led the league in scoring that year, 16.
Yeah.
I mean, you brought up Paterno, Wes. The institutional failure that Penn State had is a devastating thing that, we don't really need to rehash that whole story because that was the worst possible thing. And as I coach football, and to just learning about that story and to see, the insulation of Paterno and to see how guys like in this situation, Quenville and Bowman may have been insulated from some of these things that are happening because they were revered as being as great as they were is what gives me pause bringing them back in. Because this is like saying, these guys were the greatest so they can get away with things. I'm not a fan of enabling people just because they're more talented by breaking the rules in such a way. And this is beyond the pale what happened to these people, that they kind of turned a blind eye. Let's face it. That's what they did. That's what they're being told, that they did not only did turn a blind eye, but they allowed it to keep going and enabled it to keep going.
Yeah.
Because they didn't care.
I'm not defending the behavior. I just turned it to sports because I can speak to that.
Sure. But at the same time, though, Wes, you don't need a ton of resources not to run a program that's morally corrupted in such a horrible way. It doesn't take talent to be a moral person, and I think that's the sad thing behind all of this. I mean, I don't want to get into the political part of it because there is a piece to that.
And it is also the Chicago Blackhawks. The NHL has really stood behind the Chicago Black because it's one of their first 6 teams, and it's an organization that when they're good, the NHL is good. So the NHL wants to kind of put this under the rug and kind of move forward with it. The only thing is this poor kid, he was sexually abused, and the Chicago Blackhawks didn't really treat him like a moral person, like a person that you care about. Okay, because now you're looking at the NHL and you're wondering what the NHL knew about this. How the players knew about it, the coaches knew about it, the executives knew about it. How didn't anybody, as far as the NHL is concerned, how did anybody not hear about this story or know about this story all those years? This has been going on. This was going on for years.
Errol, you just how did they not know about it? I consider Jonathan Taves one of the best leaders in the history of any sport, and certainly in Chicago sports history. I think his statue belongs right there next to MJ. But how do you? And Duncan Keith is equally, a great leader in his own right. So that kind of leadership in locker rooms knows what's going on with the team. And I don't want to open up a can of worms about some Chicago heroes like Duncan Keith and Jonathan Taves, but something like that happening in a locker room, how does it not affect the play on the ice? It's sad that if all of these people did know that was going on, they somehow didn't care and continued to stay on the hockey message and win Stanley Cups. That is what confuses me the most, because something like that in the locker room is toxic. And if enough people know what's going on and do nothing about it, that gray elephant or that pink elephant is still always going to be in the room.
And also you look at the way that the NHL is really handled. Oh, Jeff has a comment. Rocky Wirtz has some blame too, and nothing was done to him. Yeah, again, there's going to be a lot of blame that's going to go around with all the cover-ups that's been going on.
Well, you're going to a morgue if you want to blame Rocky for something.
Oh,
yeah. Well, he passed away, but led the team at the time, was the CEO, chairperson, whatever you want to call it. It's one of those stories in sports that you hear of the team that reached for the skies, achieved the mountaintop, but there's a lot of bodies buried that had some skeletons in that closet that on the way over there. And unfortunately for them, that's those were great championships that they won. Yes, we said that, Jeff. That he was alive at the time, and that's the key. It tarnishes the greatness of Taze and Kane. Those were amazing teams. Those were exciting, playoff series to watch, Stanley Cups to watch. Some of the best that I remember watching, to be honest with you. And it's completely tarnished. And who cares if they take away wins or not? It doesn't matter.
That's what
It's
the
just tarnished.
NCAA does. They do that all the time. Who cares?
And it doesn't. That's the hard part to swallow. You take away wins, like you took away Reggie's Heisman, but he still did that on the field. The money he was paid, he still did that on the field. The money, it wasn't like he was using performance enhancing drugs or doing something to corking bats. Reggie still showed up.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a difference. The taking wins away from Joe Paterno, what does that do? They still won on the field. I want to hear what the players have to say, and nobody will speak up at this point. But I want to hear from guys in the locker room, Brent Seabrook and Duncan Keith, and Corey Crawford is about the most outspoken. He doesn't care if a camera's in his face or not. He has no filter. I would love to hear what he had to say about it. It's maybe in 10 years they'll make a documentary on it.
There'll be a book. There'll be a book. Somebody's going to write a book, and somebody's going to come out with something. And I wouldn't be surprised. But I'm telling you, every single player on that team knew what was going on.
Jonathan Taves he's retired. He has a very severe illness. And that's sad in its own right, because I think his career was cut a little bit short. But the coincidence of when he lost the ability to get back on the
Arm
ice
was a bitch. That's all I'm going to say.
There was some mental health he was working through for a period of time, along with the illness and getting himself mentally ready to be back on the ice. I wonder if there's a tie-in. And
who knows? And I don't think he was the only. I do not believe he was the only person probably sexually abused. I think there probably be more stories coming out in the future. I think obviously the Blackhawks probably, and I'm not saying this to be true, but I wouldn't be surprised if you hear that the Blackhawks paid somebody off or paid people off to just keep their mouths shut after this incident came to a head. I mean, and obviously the Blackhawks have a lot to try to brush under the rug. This is far from over, and I'm sure there will be a story in the future as we see all these NHL documentaries coming out now. So I believe that one way or another. And who is that, Jeff?
I believe it's Keith. I think he was the one trying to call before.
All right, Keith, what's up, bud?
What's going on?
What's going on? What would you like to talk about?
Okay. Well, first of all, I expected to hear you when talking about Bronny James admitting that I was right.
You were right.
You were wrong.
Yeah, you were right.
More than that,
In the second round.
you told me,
oh, God.
if you recall, my friend, to kiss your ass last week before the round. So, suddenly you forgot about that tonight when talking about Bronny.
What do you want me to do?
By the way, Keith, sorry to cut you off. Wes, I know you got to go, though. Thank you for joining us for Let's Parlay.
Wes, we'll talk, buddy.
See Wes.
There you go, Wes. But first of all, just so you know, you were right about it. I'm not going to hide behind it. You were right about Bronny James going in the second round. I really thought the Lakers were going to go and reach, but again, there was something that Rich Paul knew, and Rich Paul knew that no matter what, he was going to the Lakers. He wasn't going.
I told you he was going 55. I think everybody knew that, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. I didn't want to believe it. I thought there was somebody out there that was going to reach and kind of tell LeBron to go kiss their asses.
But I also think nobody thought Connect was going to fall to 17.
No. And
I also don't think that Bronny's worth it at 55.
No.
But, he might be okay, but there's better players. I mean, for them, of course, they're going to do it. Because LeBron gets his son. It's LeBron's team.
Of course. He's GM LeBron. He's Coach LeBron. He might as well just own the team at this point.
Yep.
Kind of like Rodgers on the Jets. And they both run their teams poorly. But
and Caleb Williams with the Bears of the future wants to buy stock in the team.
Yeah. Now, another thing, my friend Errol, you said that last week I told you that Leon Rose's son was one of OG's agents.
Yeah.
You told me it didn't matter. But then tonight you said
it didn't matter. It didn't matter. I brought it up tonight because obviously it did. But I didn't think it mattered. I didn't think, but again, but then again, they overpaid for OG Anunoby, did they not? Did they
Everybody's overpaying for
I'm just saying they overpaid for OG Anunoby, did they not? Because he said he was going to take less. So maybe it had something to do with it. Maybe that he stepped in. And what I've heard through it is that OG, obviously the Knicks had that 5th-year option. That's what sold OG. I don't even think it even had anything to do with the agent part. But I think Leon Rose had something behind.
But tonight you said it did.
Yes, what I heard today is that it had something to do with. Yeah, that's not true. And don't try to be Jeff and try to bounce it back.
No, I'm telling you.
It's not a pinball machine, okay?
But you're the one who said to me.
No,
last week, that doesn't matter. Then tonight,
I don't think it mattered. I don't think it mattered. Again, I'm going to go back to it and just hear me out on this. I heard through the grapevine today that it did have something to do with it, but not after the 5th-year option. Again, going back to it. OG was not getting a 5th-year option from the 76ers. That's what was holding OG Anunoby to go to the 76ers. The Knicks offered him the 5th-year option, and that's why he signed with the Knicks. So, again, it was something that came out that the Knicks had something. They had the last say, and because Leon Rose's son was one of his agents, it did have something to do with it, but I'm sure it didn't. I think it was more of a 5th-year option. That's what I think it was. And I think he took the longer deal because he doesn't know how long he's got. And again, the Knicks that's guaranteed money, no matter what. Basketball contracts are guaranteed money. So
yeah, I know it's not football.
No, it's not football. And that's why I think that he stayed with the Knicks. It was the 5th-year option. As far as you with the Bronny James, you were right about that. There's no question. So
Stuck says, did Josh tell you the rumors?
No, but again, why would Snug say that? And why would Snug not say that? So, and then not true. The 76ers didn't offer OG anything. Jeff, nobody said that he offered anything. The 76ers were going to give him a 4-year contract worth. I forget what the number was. Before the 76ers could do it, the Knicks gave him the 5th-year option where he became an unrestricted free agent. As soon as he became an unrestricted free agent and the Knicks made that trade for Mikal Bridges, they were signing OG Anunoby. And I don't know how it worked and how the contract worked, but I'm sure they gave him like 24 hours to give him that 5th-year option, and the Knicks landed him. But again, Jeff, you could say whatever you want, and you have your own thoughts to it, and you can kiss my ass. How's that? So that's all I'm going to
say. Sure is. Hey, Errol, you know what you need to do? I know you've been a Yankee fan a long time, but remember you're having quite a run these last 2 weeks. You started talking about Rodon. You've been bad luck charmed to him. He went from an ERA, he doubled. What's he now? 4.6 or something?
What does that matter? Where are the Knicks? Where are the Yankees? Where are the Yankees right now? Where are the Yankees?
They're in second place.
They're in second place by a half a game. Okay. So that's terrible.
No, I'm not talking about that.
That's terrible.
I think they're going to be okay. I'm talking about Rodon.
Who cares?
I think
Rodon
he'll come back.
and Rodon will be fine. I'm not really worried about
hope
Rodon.
so.
I'm not worried about Carlos Rodon. Obviously, the fans got into his head, and it's mental. He'll get his All-Star break. He'll get the All-Star break, and he'll come back, and he'll be fine. I still think he'll pitch in a 3.84 or something like that. And
yeah, me too.
I think that's where he is.
What do you think about Heel? He got hit.
I don't know what's going on with this kid.
Yeah, he might be falling apart.
They might send him down. They might send him down.
Put him in the bullpen.
Yeah. They might be in his head. I mean, this is what happens. He's a young kid, and he's coming back from Tommy John surgery.
The pitcher, he might be throwing too much.
And I think he might be throwing too much. But again, the Yankees are not very good when it comes to pitch counts. You can ask Nestor Cortez on that.
You could ask Luis Severino in 2019.
No, I don't like
he was going through that same kind of season right now.
Boone doesn't handle pitching well at all. He doesn't know when to take guys out. That's probably, and you would think for a guy, a catcher in his family, it would have been a strong point. I think that's his worst thing about him. I'm not saying he's a terrible manager, just something about.
No, but you're right. They have ballooned it. they have ballooned a lot of these, especially power pitchers that they've had trouble with too, younger power pitchers. And that was the same even 2022 in a shorter season with Montez too. They mismanaged that injury, and his career has really fallen apart since then because he was on a really high strikeout rate the year before.
No, well, that you can't blame the Yankees for Montez.
No, I don't think it's only the Yankees.
I would blame Oakland for that because when the Yankees made that trade, his shoulder was done, and the Yankees didn't know that. I blame Brian Cashman for that one, because he should have investigated it before they made that trade. And even though they gave up prospects that are really turned out to be nothing, again, at the time, some people were questioning it because after he stepped on the mound, he what was his ERA? It was like 10.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the Yankees, I'm not worried about the Yankees. I think the Yankees are going to be fine. Again, there's some questions on some of the pitchers and what they're doing that again, the bullpen is falling apart again this year before the All-Star break. This is what happened last year, and they're trying to fill in the pieces. I think Brian Cashman will make some trades and figure that thing out. So I'm not really.
There's not much guys in the bullpen around. Yeah, well, that's why maybe he'll to the
not
bullpen.
yet.
Right, but bullpen,
yet.
Keith, in general, when it comes to trade deadline and even just a year-to-year trajectory, bullpen relief pitcher stuff is very fluky.
It will open up.
The hardest thing to get.
Yes, and again, bullpen arms will become available when teams figure that they're out or they're not making the playoffs. And right now, everybody's in there, but I would say in the next 2 to 3 weeks, I think teams will start to flare out. And again, there are teams like Tampa, there are teams like that, or even the Blue Jays. You're hearing players being waved around with. So I don't know. There's a lot to get into with baseball. We'll wait until the second half of the season. I'm not worried about the Yankees. So Baltimore's not playing well either. So it's not like they're pulling away from the Yankees. So, and everybody keeps talking about how great the young team is. I mean, they've been up and down too. So.
Okay, now one more topic I wanted to talk about, not argue, talk about. What about okay? So Tatum, yeah, he didn't have great shooting numbers, but I don't think I think he was a huge impact every game. Not saying he was the MVP. I think Holiday should have got it, but I think Tatum, he was rebounding like crazy. He had a lot of assists. There's a lot to basketball. You know what I mean? More than just scoring, and he did a great job in everything but shooting percentage.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If he did a lot, because I think Drew Holiday did just as much as he did,
I think Holiday should have got MVP.
I do too. Okay. And if you're going to look at that, you're paying the guy the biggest contract in NBA history, and in the big game, in most of the big games, in most of the big games in the finals, 3 out of the 2, he didn't really show up to put up those numbers. You say assists and rebounds are
important. Well, he showed up, but he just didn't have a good. He didn't
play. Well. Yeah, he didn't shoot well. And when you're paying a guy that kind of money, and you're going to compare him, and he's better than Jaylen Brown. He's the best player on that team. You worry that, in the big game, is this guy going to be the high price player and the high dollar player that they're paying? I don't know.
It turned out he was worth it because they won.
No, but it wasn't. Nobody is giving him full credit for that.
If you take him out of the lineup, right?
No.
Do they win?
No, because Porzingis wasn't 100% healthy. If Porzingis was, maybe they do win. They played the Mavericks.
They're a very balanced team, so they don't need him to score like they're a typical superstar. But the thing, a guy like that, he demands attention, so it opens up the floor for other guys.
No question that it does, and nobody is saying that Jayson Tatum isn't a good player. I like Jayson Tatum. I think he's a good player. But
of course he is.
But I just think that team, when you look at the Celtics and their accomplishments this past year, he is a regular season player. He's not a playoff player. Now, again, last year in the Eastern Conference Finals,
I don't believe that.
I do. His numbers are.
He's still young, man.
Oh,
younger than anything. You know what I mean?
Yes. Well, we'll see in the future when we're trying to compare him to Larry Bird or somebody like that.
Oh, well, nobody compares to Larry Bird.
I'm just saying, when we're trying to compare him to the decade team and put him in the decade team for the Celtics, is he going to fit there?
I don't know about that, but Larry Bird and McHale and fucking all those guys were the best. I think Larry Bird, but he's right up there for talking about the best player of all time possibilities. Michael Jordan said it.
Yeah.
All right, man. Oh, and as this great George Costanza said, it's not a lie if you believe it. Take that advice, everybody.
I love
Just don't tell Kyrie Irving or he'll believe everything.
I love you, Keith.
All right, boys. Talk to you later.
All right, man. Keith, first time he called the show. And by the way, that noise in the background is from our headsets. I'm pretty sure it is from our headsets. So it has nothing to do with the sound. That's just my opinion. I'll fix it when we get off. To finish up, and I was going to do Speedy After Dark, but tonight I'm trying to fix this sound. When we go, obviously when we're done, what is this, Jeff?
You want Jeff?
Jeff and I have had a discussion in the chat, and
right.
Jeff thinks he knows something that nobody else does about the Knicks.
All right, Jeff.
Jeff,
what do you got?
Look, I like all of you, but I think you guys are just mistaken on how the OG Anunoby thing happened. No offer was made to OG Anunoby except from the Knicks. That was it. I don't know where this idea is coming from that they were going to offer him the max or whatever. It didn't happen. No offer was ever made to OG Anunoby.
You don't think illegal tampering happens in sports? Especially the NBA.
That's right. Well, that's what you're accusing of, right? That's what you're saying is, they definitely did. And by the way, there has been plenty of penalties for tampering. Plenty of them have been handed out. You guys are missing the fact that as soon as the buzzer sounded at the end of Game 5, when those racists won the championship, which is a disgrace, teams could negotiate with their own players before free agency began. That's the rule now. So that's how they got OG Anunoby, and they were only bidding against themselves because there were no other bidders at that point.
Well, inside
that
source
makes no
says
sense.
differently. The inside source says differently. So.
They can say whatever they want, but when did everyone sign these contracts? When did Paul George finally say, I'm not going back to the Clippers? When free agency started.
Okay,
good.
We're still believing he was going to the Sixers.
All right. I need to shut this down because it's driving me crazy.
The Magic were in on it too. The thing with Paul George was the Clippers were betting that he would take less money to stay home because he's from Englewood, I think. Is it Inglewood he's from?
Yeah, something like that.
I don't know. He's from LA, right? And they were betting that he was going to take more money to stay home, and he wanted the extra $50 million. It might be his last big contract. It could be, maybe it's not. I don't know, but it could be. But no offers had been made to him when he declined that. None, zero. He just wanted more money, and he knew he could go and get it.
That's the point. You just said it. You just said it, Jeff. Jeff, just listen. Because he knew he can go get it, that's why he went and got it. And OG Anunoby, after the Knicks paid a really high price for him, being RJ Barrett and Emmanuel Quickly, they were going to have to keep him. They knew that the price, no one is allowed to bid before them, and they can bid an extra year, so they can offer more total money, even if another team decides to, even though he doesn't seem like a max player, try to max him out. Now, the Sixers were the ones that were rumored to want to have that. Now, Paul George ended up going there. He's 8 years older than OG or 7 years older than OG. And look, they both don't stay healthy, but that's not the point. The point is they could have offered him that max. So the Knicks had to go over the max of the 4-year deal that the Sixers were going to offer, which is less than the max of the 5-year deal. So the Knicks got away with only paying him about $42 million a season, as opposed to having to pay him closer to $50. And that's why he wasn't paying the max for the Knicks. And that's why that it was Paul George being involved in the market and the Sixers being involved in the market, even if they didn't make an offer, that forced that deal. You're welcome.
And Jeff too, I know there are other teams in on it. You were mentioning the Orlando Magic. I heard a rumor with we were talking about the Warriors before with they were close to a deal if they didn't want to deal Kuminga. There were other teams definitely involved. I'm just saying the Sixers were even reported 2 days before the free agency started as well.
Right. They wanted a max player. And the smugness from Fish, you're welcome. You're a fucking idiot, dude. You're putting these insinuations out there. There was no
Razor Ramon.
OG Anunoby. It's not true. And you're stating it like it's fact. How many times have we heard these rumors? He's going there, and it doesn't happen. Do you remember when Donovan Mitchell was eating in restaurants in New York? So it was definitely happening.
We're going to go back to that now. Is this your same as your rumor as Shohei Ohtani of the Blue Jays, Jeff?
Yeah. Hey, that was a worldwide thing that they were. But again, that's another good example. Just a rumor. You guys tracking down these rumors like they're facts? How many
Bring
times
him in,
was Manny
Speedy.
Machado going to be a
You
Yankee?
do not understand.
How many times was Manny Machado going to be a Yankee?
Bring him in.
Didn't happen.
All right, Scoops, what do you got?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't really have like anything as of right now. That's why I was gonna ask, like,
What? You can put my mic on, Speedy. I mean, what? You don't have any thoughts of what this whole OG Anunoby thing? None? Zero? Zilch? Surprising. All right. Well,
I'll
I
tell you
have
what,
my-
the Knicks are better with him. The Knicks are a lot better with him, and I'm glad they paid him. I don't care how much he costs, as long as they can still afford this whole team. They can get Hardenstein. That's the only guy, so they got to figure it out.
They were
But
not.
with
They
that-
were never giving Hardenstein the $30 million that he got. There's no way the
Crazy
Knicks
money.
were doing that. The Knicks were never doing that, and good for him to get that money. Good for him. And and by the way, Jeff, you're not going to give me any credit when I called that OKC was going to get him. You're not going to give me any credit for that one when I said it.
No, that's fine. You called it. That's like I didn't hear you do it. I don't like. Good for you. Like you called it. But the whole thing of the Sixers were going to get him. No, the Sixers were in on Paul George, so they weren't going to offer OG shit because you can only have 3 max contracts, and they weren't getting rid of Tyrese Maxey, a max contract, for OG Anunoby. It was always Paul George they wanted. So believing that they're gonna give the 3-year max to OG is bullshit. You're welcome.
By the way, James Parrish in our comment section, a new listener. Whoa, shit got real.
Well,
I love how you don't refute anything I said. Just keep saying the same argument over and over and over again, even though it's been disproven. I love it.
No, we're not saying.
Amazing talent.
No. We
want more
don't have the same
smugness?
argument here.
Your buddy the cat is over there being smug also on the comment section.
Oh,
all night.
he wants to jump on Jeff's back and ride him.
But we're not having the same argument because you're saying.
I know you're watching a different show. I guess.
They weren't. They always wanted Paul George. That was always going to be a max contract. So no.
Why would you want a guy 8 years older first?
Which is your contention? You're welcome.
Let's not.
That should be the new thing. That's gonna be my new thing. It's gonna be
You're welcome?
Thank you,
You're
Jeff.
welcome?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
That's the whole thing. That's what makes it so funny. Is they gave him an offer. No, they didn't. The Knicks signed him.
Jeff, I didn't make this up. I listened to numerous experts say this thing.
All teams now can do with their own players. They can negotiate with their own players, which is what they did. So the fact that you think they got an offer from the 76ers is incorrect. The fact that you
No one said that.
coming is also incorrect because it was always Paul George they wanted. So you throwing the 76ers in there is like your whole take that dude got a DUI, so he's going to be a 6th-round pick. You're wrong again.
DUI.
I love it. I love it. I love you.
Great.
Jeff. You make me laugh.
It's
You're the
just
man,
so
Jeff.
smug because he thinks he's right and he's fucking totally wrong.
I know I'm right about this one though.
They made
It's
an
my
offer.
team.
Sorry, incorrect. And by the way, that's also not how free agency works. Like, it could work that way. He could be right because, in theory, another team probably would have offered OG Anunoby. It wasn't the Sixers, and they never made an offer. It was only the Knicks bidding against themselves. And OG's probably too important to our Knicks to lose him.
I can't
That's
hear
why
this a
it's
fifth
probably
time.
a decent deal. Someone was going to pay
You're
him that
just
money,
on
regardless
repeat.
of what you think about the money, if it's too much or too little or whatever you
Over
think.
and
Someone was
over.
going to give him money.
And
Oh,
over.
Jeff, we
Men
love
in
you.
Black memory eraser.
Oh man, Jeff,
Oh, dude.
I appreciate the call, my friend.
Yeah, perfect. Always love being here. Thanks for the time, Pearl.
Pearl, huh? Pearl. Oh, that's
That's a new one.
Hey. Oh, is that what it is? I mean, all right. Well, listen, if that's what he thinks, I mean, hey, Jeff, he's got a lot to say about other people, but I think he needs to look himself in the mirror. I really do. I mean, obviously he's got something up his what, and hey, you know what? Maybe he's not getting laid, or maybe he's just hanging out with a bunch of dudes at the bar and
What's
getting
wrong
drunk with them. Yeah, what is wrong with him? I don't know. I mean, obviously he's offset, and maybe he's upset that he didn't get what he wanted tonight, and that was for us to bow down to him, which that wasn't going to happen. And honestly, just so Jeff understands on whatever names he wants to call people, dude, all you got to do is look in the mirror. I mean, seriously, I don't even have to say anything. Just look in the mirror. You could call me whatever you want. You could say whatever you want. It doesn't really bother me. It's a Paul projecting again. Yeah. Hey, you know what? You project. You could project whatever you want, Jeff. And most of the time when it comes out of your mouth, it's stupid, dumb, and I'm not going to say the other word because I know Speedy doesn't like it. So I'm just going to do it in a very, very professional way. Hey, Jeff, get a life, grow up, and do something with yourself. I mean, hey, how about you go into the bathroom, pull out the Vaseline, and enjoy yourself, man? I think that would be fun. I mean, Speedy, what do you think about that?
Don't care. Spank you. I want you to slide it right in.
Would you hang out with Jeff if he pulled out Vaseline? No. Why?
Gross.
What? You know what he's going to do with it? Yeah. What do you think he's going to do?
I
with
don't
it?
care. I don't want to take this.
It'd be fun, right?
I'm not taking that chance. Have somebody else be his guinea pig.
Would you
have someone else?
If he pulled out a pickle?
Next.
If he had to pull out a pickle?
I can get my own pickles. Move on.
Well, what's your favorite pickle?
I don't remember the name of it. It was a spicy one that my cousins got last year.
What is up with you and spicy things?
I can't like spicy food.
Well, I know you like spicy food, but what kind of spicy food, especially with a pickle? I mean, Jeff loves pickles. Would you hang out with Jeff and eat pickles with him?
Okay.
Would you hang out and eat pickles with him?
Very specific.
Would you hang out with him with pickles?
Seems very specific.
I mean, would you?
Not as a meal. It's a side dish.
Okay. I mean, Jeff still has to eat dog crap. I mean, would you watch him do that?
That's a you and him thing.
Would you watch him do that?
You and him.
Would you watch him do that?
That's not my bet. That was yours.
I'm just asking you. Would you do it?
No.
Why not?
I'm not watching anyone eat dog crap.
I mean, it'd be fun.
All right, then you watch it.
I wanted to watch, but Jeff kind of backed out.
I know that. I'm not disputing that.
I mean, he's lost. I mean, it's okay. I mean, how about a hockey stick? You like hockey sticks?
For their actual purpose, yeah.
What
doing other things with them is a different story.
Would you actually, if Jeff started cursing at you and calling you dirty names, would you use the hockey stick on him? Why?
That's assault.
Well, it's not assault. If he's starting with you, well, I mean, it'd be funny, wouldn't you? You know, do dirty things with him.
No, I would rush her to the hospital.
Oh man, Jeff from Tampa, ladies and gentlemen, fantastic. He's great.
It's so obvious he's from Tampa.
Yeah,
so obvious.
He is. Well, he's actually from Rhode Island or Providence. That's where he's from.
Everyone from Tampa is not from Tampa. They're just in Tampa. That's how what happens over there.
Yeah,
Jeff, we'll talk again, I'm sure, but just try to come back at the argument. Don't just say the same thing over.
Well, he's got his head
irrelevant.
He's got his head in his ass, man. That's Jeff, man. I mean, if Jeff could stick his head in his own ass, he probably would. I mean, it's definitely something that I would think Jeff would enjoy. What do you think, Speedy? You think he'd enjoy it?
I don't know.
I mean, have you asked?
No, because I don't give a rat's ass.
You don't give a rat's ass, or you do want a rat's ass?
I don't give a rat's ass about what Jeff's opinions on that are.
Okay, so you don't mind if he has a rat's ass?
I don't want to know about it.
Why not?
Because I don't care.
Well, you don't know if you care. If he did,
I don't.
How do you know?
I don't care how people's asses are.
Well, I do.
I can tell.
I mean, so if you looked at a woman's ass, you wouldn't like it?
I don't care. I'm not judging a person based
I mean,
on
if it was big or
I'm not judging a person.
What do you
based
look at?
on I'm not judging a person.
I mean, what do
based
you
on
look
that.
at? I mean, do you look at the big ass or you look at the small
I don't
ass?
care.
I mean, but if it
I
was
don't care.
If it was in front of your face.
That's that. Then the person's unstable.
What do you mean it's unstable?
They're trying to flare their ass at me. That's their own problem.
I mean, well, that's what they do when you go out at a strip bar.
Yeah, that's a problem.
What do you mean it's a problem? When a girl's bouncing her ass in your
actually,
face?
no, it's not a problem. It's their line of employment. But
I mean, Jeff likes to go to strip
okay,
bars.
that's Jeff.
Would you
Why don't you talk to him about it?
Would you hang out with Jeff if he went to a strip bar?
That's not the point.
If he gave you a couple $, would you?
No.
Why not?
I'm not that person. You could do it with Jeff.
What kind of person are you?
Not that.
Well, but I mean, if Jeff,
I'm not judging people's ass sizes.
Do you like them round? Do you like
I
them
don't
long?
care.
I mean, but if
it
was
means
in-
nothing.
But how do you know?
It means nothing.
I mean, how about if a
It
woman
means
farted in your face?
nothing.
If a woman was bouncing her ass in front of your face and farted in your face, what would you? How would you react to it?
I would probably cover my nose. It smells bad. Like any other fart that I have a problem with. It has nothing to do with who the person.
Cover my nose because it smells
I'm catering to your agenda.
Ding, ding, ding.
Oh, Speedy. If a girl bent over and told you to smack her in the ass, would you do it?
I don't know.
Would you do it?
I don't know.
If she told you, "Come on, smack me, Speedy, smack me,"
It depends on the context.
but what's the context?
I have no
Slap
idea.
that ass.
Give me a context.
If she bent over and she says, "I want you to smack my ass," would you smack
Where
her?
am I? What is the context?
Okay,
Who
where
else
would
am
you
I
be?
with?
If you were
Spank
hanging,
it.
Who else am I with?
If you
where am I?
if you were hanging out at a club and she just pulled down her pants and say, "Please spank me, Speedy. I want you to spank
She
me."
pulls on her pants in a club? No.
So you're telling me if she pulled her pants down right now and it was a nice round ass, she wouldn't smack it?
It's instability.
What do you mean it's instability? It's stability. It's stable when you smack it.
In public?
Yeah, why
No.
not? What's wrong with smacking
I'm not
ass?
doing it in public.
Have you ever smacked your own ass in public?
No.
Have you ever wiped your ass in public?
No.
You've never wiped your ass in public?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not a weirdo that has to resort to doing that in front of people.
Do you think that Jeff smacks his own ass in public?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Would you smack his ass in public?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not a violent person.
Well, it makes you violent to smack his ass?
Yes! Smacking is a form of hitting like that. That is a form of smacking.
Show us again how you smack. I mean, show us.
I'm not doing there right now.
all right.
Spank it.
You can.
I'm not trying to prove like good form here. I'm just saying.
And by
it's
the way,
violent.
Jeff, there's nobody bullying anybody. By the way, this is Speedy After Dark, James, absolutely, and he's fantastic. And one more question for me, Speedy, before we let you go. Fish, you have a question?
I was just gonna say, Speedy. You know, some people, it's not like violent when you smack. It's kind of this. I don't want to say pleasurable, but it's something that's liked. And I don't know if you've ever thought of it that way.
No, I have, but I'm not taking the chance that it's not that.
What do you mean you're not taking a chance?
Because it could be thought of as an inappropriate violent act.
If she's telling you to smack her ass, you smack her ass.
That's consent.
It can't be a prank.
How is it a prank?
It could be.
She's pulling down her panties and telling you to smack her ass.
Yeah, duping me into something.
Duping you into what?
I don't know.
A
And
good
I don't
time.
She told you to grab her ass. She wouldn't grab it?
No.
Why not?
I'm not. It sounds unstable.
It's
The person is unstable if they're doing that. It's a red flag.
Well,
it's a red
they
flag.
just
Flag. Red flag.
I am a disturbing person.
I am a disturbing person, Speedy. Don't worry.
Yeah, clearly, bring up these scenarios.
Oh man. Oh.
But Speedy, he was mentioned before. You said it is a line of employment. Have you ever been to a strip club though?
I haven't. No. I mean, I'm not gonna like diss them for like doing that for money because a lot of them don't make a lot of money. Like I do feel bad for them from an economic standpoint.
If your mom needed the money,
no,
would you strip?
not her.
Well,
Move
no,
on.
no,
Next.
no,
Next.
you. Would
next,
you strip for?
Next.
Would you go to?
Next. I don't need that money that desperately.
Your family needs the money. You wouldn't do it?
There's no.
You wouldn't jump on a bar and
No.
show them a thing like Coyote Ugly?
What?
Yeah.
Dance on the bar?
No.
Put high heels on? I mean, what's her name again? Dorothy?
No.
What?
I'm not embarrassing myself in front of people for a
I
little bit
do
of
it.
money.
I
I
do
can
it.
tell.
I do it. If it's worth the $1.
All right, then you do it.
All right. So how much money would it take?
I'm not judging the economics of random perverted thinkers.
Good for me or good for you?
Perverted speakers. Oh, I love you. You're the best.
Oh boy.
Happy 4th of July, Speedy.
Yes, same to all the listeners out there. Same to all you guys. Yes, James, I'm glad you enjoyed the segment.
Would you stick an M80 up your ass? No. Why?
I'm not sticking any weapons near me.
Well, you don't. I didn't say light it, but would you stick it in your ass?
No.
Somebody dared you.
No.
Why not?
I'm not being a victim of juvenile pranks.
Well, there's a lot of juvenile into it, but it would be fun. It'd show people that you have the balls to do it.
No.
How about a blockbuster?
No.
So what would you stick up there?
Nothing, because I
Flare?
don't.
Flare?
Why? What is with you and sticking explosives up people's asses?
What are you trying to be Jason Pierre-Paul in the Rossier form?
Oh man, I like to draw.
On a side note, him coming back from that injury with a mangled hand and still being able to play D line is incredible.
Speedy, show us.
I actually
Show us his three
fingers.
fingers. Show us his three fingers. What his fingers look like after he blew them off. Show him. There it is. There it is. What is that?
It's like uneven though. It's more like I don't know if I have the shape exactly right, but it's like
James, happy 4th of July. Thanks, man. We really appreciate it. New fan. Absolutely. Thank you. What was that?
It's like more uneven than that.
Oh, show him the what do they call that?
No, you lost your chance. Wes is gone.
Okay, show it.
You lost your chance. Wes is gone.
How would
I
you
only do it for Wes?
Fingers. What does they call it? Fist pump? Give us a fist pump. Show us your fist pump.
Fist pump like that?
Never had one, but
what is that? What does that mean?
I don't know.
Or do it like you're punching something. Punching something. No. Why are you shooting it up in the air? Point it, like pop it. Pop, lock, and drop it.
What does that even mean?
Have you ever pop, lock, and drop it?
No, clearly not.
Oh, would you want to try?
I don't think so.
Could I teach you how to pop, lock, and drop it? Why not?
I don't care.
Well, how do you know if you don't care?
I don't care about punching things.
I didn't say you were punching things. You were pop, lock, and drop it.
I don't care.
It's a dance. You want to do it? You want to try it?
No.
If you
No.
Why not?
I have zero interest in doing some random prank dance.
Oh, James. Oh, James. Jamie Lee. It's there. Oh, look, there it is. James, I forgot your last name is Parrish. That's okay. But you would pop, lock, and drop it, right? You wouldn't drop it?
No.
What would you drop it on?
Nothing.
A stool?
What?
A stick? A sword?
No, I wouldn't ruin a sword.
How about a Jeff? How about a Jeff?
No,
Would you
I'm
drop
not doing it to another person.
No, you drop it on Jeff.
I'm not doing anything to another person like that.
Well, you pound and
I don't care.
You pound
I don't care. No people are being harmed.
Okay.
Chocolate's a good flavor.
Chocolate is a good flavor. I like chocolate over vanilla. How about strawberry topping?
What does that have to do with anything?
Would you like strawberry?
To eat, yes. To do other gross things with me.
I didn't ask you to do gross things, but if you
yeah,
wanna
it
do
was coming next.
Do you want me to come with that?
No, I didn't.
Do you like
it? I'm
do you
just
like
predicting
coming?
your behaviors based on your pattern. 99% of the world would too.
Correct. Scoops. There you go. That's the sound bit of the night.
Oh, man. That's Speedy After Dark, ladies and gentlemen. I wasn't going to do it, but I had to add to it. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The great Speedy Petey. I want to wish everybody a happy 4th of July. Thank you to Simply Amazing's podcast leader and voice and host, Tim Ryder, for joining us. Thank you to Sonny Carton. He was fantastic. Great segment. Fantastic. Thank you to all the fans out there, including Jeff for being the pain in the ass that he is. Thank you to Keith for the first time calling the show. Thank you to you, Fish, for all the graphics and everything, all the work that you put into it. You're fantastic. And thank you to our scoops. I call him Scoop. Speedy, would you scoop? If he was a piece of ice cream, would you scoop him? No. Why not?
I'm not scooping people.
But if he was there,
I'm not scooping
Does
people.
he look delicious?
I'm not scooping
Do you find him delicious?
Doesn't matter.
Do you find him? If he
It
was
doesn't matter.
If he was a nice chocolate pudding, would you think
I
he was
don't.
delicious?
I'm not gonna care.
But if he was chocolate pudding, would you like it?
I'm not eating a person.
I didn't say either. If he was chocolate pudding. If it was chocolate pudding, would you eat him? Do you like chocolate pudding?
Okay, but it's a point. I'm not doing it to a person. Good for you.
Good for both of us, right?
No.
It's good for all of us.
No.
It's good for both of us. It is good for all of us.
No.
It really is. It's good
No.
for all of us.
No.
No. Why not?
None of it is good for me.
I like chocolate pudding.
Okay. Get it out of a container. Don't eat it off a person.
I didn't say eating off a person. I said if he was chocolate pudding.
So you're trying to kill him and make him a food?
Oh, she's so funny. I can't stop.
Enjoy.
Look at his face.
Scoops, now you're implying that I'm actually going to do that kind of thing.
Oh, man.
You
Anyway,
said smothering.
No, I wouldn't do that either.
would you smother somebody?
No, I'm not a murderer.
Well, you said smothering, right?
The soundboard did.
You said smothering.
My robotic alter ego.
Don't share a poutine pie with The Rock.
Oh, would you share a poutine pie with The Rock?
You can have the whole
Why?
thing. Because he's huge and probably needs it.
You could share it with him.
I don't care. He can buy his own. He has a shit ton of money and so much muscle that he has to eat it.
Oh, man. Oh, shoot, man. You're gonna have my ears pop. It's like pop, pop, pop. Pop goes the weasel, right?
I don't know.
You don't give a rat's ass. So, do you like weasel?
It's nothing to do with me.
Do you like weasels?
I don't know. I never encountered one.
How do you know? You might think I'm a weasel.
No, I don't.
Do you know what a weasel is?
Yes.
What's a weasel?
It is a mammal that has fur and sometimes hangs out near rivers and like swampy areas and some types of hills and exists in nature. I have not taken enough drugs to make it look like a human being as a weasel.
I love you. You're funny as hell, man. You are funny. You're the best. You're the best. There's nobody like you. There's nobody. I'm selling that you are the best of the best. So just thank you. Are you all right over there?
I don't
know. That's his best line. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. I'll feel better tomorrow. Speedy Petey, ladies and gentlemen, the greatest of all time. One of the best. And you can check him out every single Tuesdays and Thursdays. Happy 4th of July to all the fans out there. We will not be back this week. We'll be back on Tuesday next week. Any guests? No, nothing yet. But, we still have Speedy, and that by itself will sell you to listen on Tuesday.
It's evolution.
It is evolution, right, Speedy?
Technically, yeah.
So you're evolution.
I am part of evolution.
But what about me? Am I a part
Yes,
of
everyone is. Again, you're back to not understanding elementary school science.
So there you go. Maybe I just didn't pass elementary school.
Maybe you didn't.
Maybe you make me feel bad. Now you made me feel bad about myself. I'm upset now.
Well, you should know that everyone that is a living thing is a part of evolution.
Well, evolution is not evolution if you think it isn't.
Oh, so now you're going to be one of those religious protesters?
That's stopping you from doing it.
No, I'm not, but I wouldn't have pegged you for that.
Well, I'm definitely not pegged to do that, but maybe.
I know. That's why I'm surprised.
Would you peg me for it?
No, I wouldn't.
Would you throw something at me and peg me? What kind of pegging?
Like an accusation.
But what about pegging?
No, I'm not actually. No, I'm not actually saying you would be that.
But what are you saying then?
That I'm surprised that you would.
So you think I'm a pagan now?
That is not what I said at all. Pegging is a verb. It's another term for making a hunch or an accusation about something.
Listen to him. We got English. We got an English teacher here. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Speedy Petey. Right? You come out.
Middle school English teacher. Good job.
You're smarter than a 5th grader.
That's true.
Very relevant. Actually, no, that takes over new best sound bit of the night. That was good, Scoops. I'll give you that one.
Oh, man. All right. That's it. We will be back next week. Happy 4th of July. Stay away from Jeff when it comes to fireworks or any bombs or anything because it might blow your ass up. Anyways, Snug, hopefully you don't tie anything to your cats and light them up or whatever the hell you do. And if you are, make sure your cupcake is in its mouth before you do that. Anyways, good night. We'll talk to you then. Good night, Speedy. Say good night.
Good night.
All right, good night.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.